Mr. Siminya?
I'm advised, Chair, Madam Commissioner, that Ms. Zak is here to help us. If she can be called to the stand to take an oath.
Mr. Brickhill?
Chair, I confirm that our next witness, Dr. Tanya Zak, is available to testify.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate Siminya.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No, I don't.
Consider that to be binding on your conscience.
Yes, I do.
You may then give us your full names, Doctor.
Tanya Zak.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth only? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Mr. Siminya. Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, Commissioner. Dr. Zak, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate Brickhill.
Dr. Zak, I'm going to take you, please, to the file that should be in front of you, which is Seri File 5. And if I could take you, please, to page 1760 of that file, which is between the tram lines reads Statement of Tanya Zak. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
And then, if I can, the next 2 pages are a table of contents to this statement. On page 1763, your name appears, I the undersigned. And if I could take you, please, to page 1833 of the statement, the end of the statement. Are you there? It
Yes.
bears your name and a signature. Can you confirm that that's your signature?
That is my signature.
And can you confirm then that you signed this statement?
Yes, Advocate Brickhill, I did.
Okay. If I can take you then back to page 1763, the beginning of the statement. And we see in paragraph 2, that the statement reads, "This submission was prepared by me together with Professor Sarah Charlton," defined as Professor Charlton, "and Andreas Bertoldi." You see that?
Yes.
And can you please speak to that? Can you explain how the statement was prepared by the 3 of you?
Yes. Advocate Brickhill, Professor Charlton and I worked together on defining the scope of the statement and what the contents would be. I then drafted a draft of the statement, which Professor Charlton edited, and Andreas Bertoldi also edited, and both of them gave independent input, Professor Charlton into the summary of the statement, and Mr. Bertoldi into the diagrams that are in the statement. And when it was completed, they both went through it, edited it again, and confirmed that they were happy with the statement.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. If I could take you then to page 1996 of the file. You should see there a document that reads confirmatory affidavit, Sarah Charlton, and it's signed and commissioned.
Yes.
And over the page from page 1998, you should see a similar confirmatory affidavit in the name of Andreas Bertoldi, again signed and commissioned. And they read similarly. Both of them effectively say that they've read your statement and confirm its contents insofar as it relates to them.
That's correct.
Chair, for the record, Professor Charlton is also present at the Commission today. But at this stage, we don't intend to lead either Professor Charlton or Mr. Bertoldi. The agreement between the three of them is that Dr. Zak is competent to speak to the statement as a whole.
Yes.
But I record Professor Charlton's presence. Dr. Zak, if I could then take you to the question of your qualifications and experience, and I'd like to take you to page 2000 of the file. And from page 2000, this is your curriculum vitae. It's headed Tanya Zak, PhD, writer, researcher, planner, policy developer. Do you have the document?
Yes, I do.
Did you prepare this document?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to ask you then, in the first section, there's a professional statement, which in a paragraph gives a description of your expertise and experience working in the development area for over 25 years. Could you please, for the Commission, summarize your expertise and your experience?
Good morning, Chair and Commissioner Mabena. I'm a town planner. I specialize in urban policy, in regeneration. I've worked in areas of informal development, both around housing and economic development. I've worked, when I first graduated, in the city of Johannesburg as a town planner. Thereafter at the Urban Foundation, where I worked in informal settlement upgrading and policy development. And since 1991 have been an independent consultant. I've consulted a great deal to the city of Johannesburg, to research institutions, to and also to national government. But most of my work is centred in the city of Johannesburg. I'm also a writer. I've written narrative non-fiction about the life experiences of people within the inner city. And I also have a foot in academia in that I have written a number of academic articles and chapters around a range of areas. My interest in the inner city has also been around cross-border shopping and around migration and around informal economies, and some of my academic writing relates to that.
Doctor, sorry to bother you. May you just speak slightly louder so that all of us can hear you?
Certainly, Advocate. Is there anything you'd like me to repeat?
No, he's comfortable, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya.
I think we sometimes just need the microphone a little bit closer,
Yeah.
and the witness has done so. Thank you, Dr. Zak. Some of your publications are set out at page 2001 and following, and those include books, articles and chapters, and then from page 2002, research reports. Would you highlight, you've spoken in general terms to your publications, but perhaps you could highlight those that you consider most significant and relevant.
Thank you, Advocate Brickhill. Commissioners, I think what is relevant is that I have worked in a range of planning issues in the inner city, that I've worked in the area of informality, and that I've worked in the areas of migration and of housing. So in 2020, along with Sarah Charlton, Rianza Koza, Kwena Letswalo, and Chloe Malavoti, I authored a chapter of a book, and the chapter is entitled Densification Through Intensification, Subletting in the Inner City of Johannesburg. What's relevant about this article is that it draws on research that was undertaken for ICHIP, and it looks at multiple occupancy apartments in the inner city and the informal subletting and management that takes place in those apartments. There are several articles that relate to cross-border shopping and the so-called Ethiopian Quarter in the inner city. And I won't go into those except to highlight that that's a major part of my work. I've also looked at transformation of the southern suburbs of Johannesburg, and the housing conditions in those are relevant to the business of the day. And then also looked at housing delivery, the urban crisis and xenophobia, which was a chapter written after the xenophobic attacks in Johannesburg in 2008. And in 2002, undertook a number of case studies around sustainable development and sustainable housing solutions for the city of Johannesburg. I've also looked at the Park Station and surrounds and conditions in that area, which is also part of the area that we're concerned with in the Commission. If I could move on to some of the projects beyond.
Yes, please highlight those that you consider significant.
Okay. At a national level, I have co-authored the localization and democratization of the integrated urban development framework, which was done in 2020. I co-curated a massive online course on making housing markets work in African cities, and that's understanding the role of finance. I was a project lead in an assessment of the JDA's intervention in the High Court precinct. Commissioners, in 2013, when the city removed 6,000 street traders from the city streets and the Constitutional Court found that to be illegal, the city commissioned the University of the Witwatersrand to undertake a research study that would inform their policy around informal trade. And I project managed and co-authored the Alternative Formalities, Transnationalism and Xenophobia research report that was undertaken at the university. I was the lead consultant on developing a strategy to address bad buildings in 2009. In 2016, I was a consultant on process management and stakeholder engagement in the JDA, mapping out a process for public participation. And
Can you remind us, please, what the JDA is?
The Johannesburg Development Agency is an entity of the City of Johannesburg, and it reports into Planning Department or Economic Development.
Thank you.
It has changed. In 2008 and 2009, I was, for a period, the acting executive manager for planning and strategy in the JDA. And that was as a consulting job, relieving the manager at that time. I've undertaken research into waste picker integration within municipal processes, and so that may have relevance around municipal processes. In 2015, I was a co-author of the Johannesburg Inner City Housing Implementation Plan, which I will talk today. And in 2011 to 2014, a co-author of the Johannesburg Inner City Roadmap. I think that about covers what might be relevant for
Thank
today.
you, Dr.
Thank
Zak.
you.
And the CV as a whole is for the Commission and the parties. I want to take you back then to the substantive work, in particular the consulting work that you've done with the city. And if I can take you back to page 1763 of your statement. And in paragraph 1 of your statement, you say, and it should read I was rather than
Yes.
she was, that appears to be an error. I was a core member of the consulting teams that prepared a bad building strategy in 2009. You've mentioned that now, it appears on your CV. And you've also mentioned the inner city housing transformation roadmap 2014, and then in turn ICHIP, and we're going to turn to ICHIP in a moment, the Inner City Housing Implementation Plan. But if you could just speak to your work on those, first of all, on those first two projects, the bad buildings strategy and the roadmap, and the role that you played in both of those.
Thank you. Commissioners, in 2009, the city appointed a team to undertake a study into bad buildings, and I led that team, and that study really defined that bad buildings were the result of a housing crisis, and that buildings needed to be differentiated. I think we've heard Ms. Royston, we've heard others speak to that, and that the tackling bad buildings required a range of solutions and a differentiated approach.
Thank you. And then the roadmap, the Inner City Housing Transformation Roadmap.
The Inner City Housing Transformation Roadmap recognized that the inner city remains an important hub in the city of Johannesburg, an important reception area, an important transport hub, and that it was changing in terms of its accommodation of people. It was changing as a housing environment. It still remained an important commercial center for the city as a whole, and that its future needed to be safeguarded, and needed to be safeguarded with a range of strategies, and that those needed to be interrelated with each other and connected, and to be tackled in a programmatic way, a way that connected the different areas of concern, and that were programmed in terms of tasks. So there were some very critical issues in the inner city, including issues such as urban management, but also housing delivery and transportation planning that was required. And what the roadmap did was that it mapped out what those tasks would be and defined champion departments for each of those tasks, as well as departments that those champion departments would need to work together with. And so it laid out also then an implementation strategy for the city to tackle the inner city as a whole.
Thank you. Chair, Commissioner, for completeness, the roadmap appears in the SERI policy bundle at page 137 to page 243. I don't propose at this stage to lead you on its contents. Dr. Zak, you've provided that helpful overview. I will ask you, though, because we will be focused primarily on ICHIP, to speak to the relationship between the roadmap and ICHIP, if any.
It is documented in ICHIP, and I will get to some of those paragraphs later in the statement. But broadly, ICHIP, as an inner city housing implementation plan focused on the poor, recognized the importance of housing as one element and one component within the inner city, and that if we are to develop sustainable solutions, we need to, and sustainable housing environments and neighborhoods, we need to attend to all of the components of that. We need to attend to economic development, to social facilities, to adequate transportation, and to adequate urban management, as well as housing. And so ICHIP consciously seats itself within that. It also takes directive from the principles of ICHIP, and continues those. It doesn't contradict those principles, of the inner city roadmap.
And chronologically, ICHIP followed the roadmap.
Yes, it did.
Immediately afterwards.
It did.
A copy of ICHIP is attached to your statement as Annexure TZ1. It appears from page 1834. If I could ask to take you there. and that document is headed Johannesburg Inner City Housing Strategy and Implementation Plan, 2014 to 2021, Strategy and Programs, and it bears the logos of the City of Johannesburg in the top left, the JDA, and Rebel, which I understand is the Rebel group involved on a consultancy basis in the preparation of the plan.
That's right. Those are the commissioned consultants.
And the document is dated 20 April 2016, and then reads, submitted by Rebel Group. Are you familiar with this, this version of the ICHIP document? And can you identify it for us in the process?
Yes, Advocate Brickhill, this is the final version that was submitted by the Rebel Group to the city.
Thank you. Chairperson, I see that it is 11 o'clock. We're
Yes.
at a point where we're now going to dive into the document and the substance, but if it pleases the Commission, it would be a convenient time for us.
Yes, we'll adjourn for tea and reconvene at 11:15. Mr. Brickell?
Chairperson, Commissioner. Dr. Zak, we were on page 1764 of your statement, where it begins under the heading of introduction. And before the break, you had testified regarding the earlier strategy documents that you'd been involved in, the bad buildings strategy of 2009 and the roadmap of 2013-2014. And you'd explained how the roadmap was linked to ICHIP, the Inner City Housing Implementation Plan. And we'd identified the copy of ICHIP that is attached to your statement. I want to begin then with the process that you describe from paragraph 5 onwards in terms of ICHIP being commissioned. So I'd like to ask you please to speak to that process, including how you became involved in the ICHIP, the process of developing ICHIP.
So the city put out a tender for the Inner City Housing Implementation Plan, and the Rebel Group put together a group of consultants and submitted a bid for that tender and was successful and was appointed in 2014 to undertake the development of the plan. I will speak to the consultants who were involved in the project, in the development of the plan, but commissioners, I think it's important to note that it was a plan that was commissioned by the JDA and the Housing Department. The JDA has an easier procurement process and often is the procuring arm for strategies in the city and for implementation projects. And that throughout the process, the city officials were very involved. And to be honest, I had worked a great deal with the City of Johannesburg, and I would say this was the best process I had worked with in the city in terms of city officials taking so much ownership of the project. If I can give an example, when throughout the development of a plan, there are various stages in which one has to present to other departments or to politicians, and at every stage, the housing department, at that stage the official was Simon Sizwe Mason, insisted on being the person who did those presentations. They really took ownership of the plan throughout. Simon Mason also attended many of our project meetings and worked with us in the deliberations and the many debates that were required in the project. So I would like to state that, to emphasize, Advocate Brickhill, that it very much is a city plan.
What was your personal role in the process, if you could give a little bit more detail on that?
My personal role in the process was I was a co-author of the plan. I worked on the commissioning of and the management, along with Professor Charlton, of the demand side research, where we undertook field work in the inner city, and I will talk to that. And I also worked on the development of a number of the strategies within the team, and on linking the strategy firmly to the inner city roadmap. There are many parts which I did not work on, as it weren't my core tasks, but I'll describe those as I describe who the other consultants were on the task.
And perhaps before we move on with your statement, it would be helpful just to step back to the table of contents, which appears at 1761 to 1762. This is the table of contents of your statement. And we were now in the introduction section, but the remainder of the statement deals in section 1 with the background to ICHIP, in section 2 with the inner city context, in section 3 with challenges and opportunities, in section 4 with what you were just speaking to now, the question of inner city housing demand and supply, in section 5, targets and principles guiding the ICHIP strategy and programs, in section 6, ICHIP inner city housing programs overview, and we'll see under those subheadings in section 6 that there are several delivery programs, 6 of them, and 5 facilitation programs, which are dealt with in that lengthy section of the statement. And then finally, Section 8 deals with financial implications, Section 9 with the action plan and precinct plan, and Section 10 concludes. It's apparent from the table of contents that your statement is closely related or linked to ICHIP itself. Perhaps you could just, at a high level, explain what your statement does in relation to the ICHIP document that is annexed and following, because it appears that large parts of your statement summarize and explain that ICHIP document. Would that be accurate? And perhaps you could explain.
Yes, my statement largely summarizes the ICHIP document and contextualizes the work.
Thank you. If I could take you then back to your statement at page 1764. And at paragraph 7, you explain, as you have now, that the submission explains what approach was taken in developing ICHIP, what proposals were made, and how these were rooted in findings from research and conditions at the time. But I'd like to take you first to paragraph 6, where you say, whilst ICHIP was concerned with a range of housing issues relevant to the inner city across market segments, it had a particular emphasis on the housing needs of poor people. It grappled with how poor living conditions and urban management shortfalls had come about, why they were proving intractable to deal with, and what actions could be taken to improve the situation, whilst enabling pro-poor accommodation options in the future. I want to ask you, if you would, to please speak to that emphasis on the housing needs of poor people, and to explain, if you can, what was the brief from the city in that regard.
So the city's brief was to look at accommodation options where people would not need to pay more than 900 Rand per month rental in the inner city. What ICHIP emphasizes, commissioners, is that you need to deal with the entire market, and that there's a range of market segments that need to be addressed, even when you're looking at low-income solutions. And it is at pains to develop solutions that address various parts of the market being those that are supplied by the public sector, those solutions that are supplied by the private sector, so different types of supply. Also looking at the range of demand, the different circumstances that people find themselves in, and ranging from conditions where people are living in adequate, decent accommodation to conditions where they're living in accommodation that threatens their health and safety. And so, and what's also important about addressing the various market segments is that if we address only the market segment for the lowest income group and not for the groups above that, we get what is called downward rating, that those who can exercise the power to do so would take over accommodation that was designed for poorer people, and we do see that in various parts of the city. And so that's what ICHIP was concerned with in terms of the range of market segments that need to be addressed.
Could I please take you to page 1842 of the bundle? This is within the ICHIP document itself. And if you're there, you'll see the heading at the top of the page is a pro-poor approach. And these paragraphs speak to the issues you've been testifying to now. In the first sentence, while this plan focuses on a holistic approach to the housing market and insists that the provision of housing cannot be limited to one sector, but requires a strategy that addresses the intersection of various bands within the housing market. The assignment will focus on the possibilities for housing delivery to the poor as defined in the brief. And it continues, the right to housing and specifically the need to accommodate poor residents in the inner city informs this plan. It states further, to date this has been a serious gap in the market and state provision of accommodation in the inner city. Would you have any comment to add? You've spoken to those issues to a large extent. Do you have any comment to add in relation to this section of ICHIP and the pro-poor approach?
Thank you, Advocate Brickhill. In various cases, the Constitutional Court had required the city to provide accommodation for the poorest sector of the market in various forms, and to provide emergency accommodation and temporary accommodation. And the city recognized that that was a gap that had not been filled, and that it didn't have sufficient supply at that level, and where it did have supply, that accommodation was generally oversubscribed. And so it was, while ICHIP was concerned with situating the provision of housing for the poorest segments of the inner city population within the overall housing market, there was a concerted effort to identify supply chains that would open up more housing options for the very poor.
Thank you. And the next paragraph, the second paragraph on that page, speaks to the importance of livelihood creation, the use of housing opportunities as an asset to be explored in housing options. It continues to deal with the need for appropriate typologies, tenure needs that need to be tailored to the needs of this income group, realities of unemployment, informal employment, migrancy, and states in the fifth line of that paragraph, the inner city roadmap, which you've already identified, envisages a diverse inner city. How this challenge is to be taken on board in terms of the housing needs of foreign residents must be addressed in the strategy. And then finally, it speaks to post-occupancy support and the need for that in the third paragraph. Is there any comment you would add in relation to those issues?
I think, Advocate Brickfield, just to emphasize that the housing problem is an employment problem, is a problem of unemployment and a problem of poverty, which I will speak to more in my statement.
Let's turn then back to your main statement and return to page 1764. And I'd like to first, just to the extent that we can, clarify ICHIP's status and deal with the question of implementation up front. We may return to them later, but in paragraph 8, you say, ICHIP is a policy dealing with housing provision in the inner city. It has mayoral committee approval, but has not been adequately implemented. You've explained that your role was in the development of ICHIP, and that the version of ICHIP that is attached is the version that was submitted to the city. What do you know about what happened after that in terms of its approval and implementation?
I wonder if I may, Advocate, just make one comment on the previous clause, just to contextualize my response to that.
Paragraph 7.
On paragraph 7, where we've talked about that ICHIP shows the intricate and fine-grained nature of proposing context-specific, spatially targeted, and institutionally embedded programs. ICHIP is, Advocate Semenya has alerted us several times that the Constitution calls for the progressive realization of the housing right. And I think embedded in that term progressive is the complex nature of delivering the housing right over time, but also across various actors. And I think this is very important in the case of the city. The city itself is only one arm of state, but also within the city, there's not one single department or unit that is responsible, has the mandate to deliver on the housing need. However, there are several departments and several entities within the city who absolutely do have the mandate and who share responsibility and accountability for delivering on the housing need. And these, at the very least, are the housing department, the planning department, emergency management services, social development, and entities, JOSHCO, who's responsible for social housing, the Johannesburg Development Agency, Johannesburg Property Company, who's the custodian of properties. All of those have responsibility. It is for this reason that what we called for and what was required by the city was an approach that is programmatic, that would coordinate across the various departments and facilitate across the departments, but also with external actors, because the city alone cannot deliver on the housing right, but does need the private sector, does need financiers, does need other arms of the state to be involved. And so when we assess what has been done since ICHIP and whether it's been implemented, I think we do have to, in the first instance, ask whether it's institutionally readied, whether the city has institutionally readied itself in order to undertake the implementation in the programmatic way that was required. And by programmatic, I mean partially that it needs to be a coordinated response, but also that what ICHIP did consciously do was to establish what the tasks would be of implementation, where implementation should start in terms of the area-based nature of implementation, what budget would be required, and a timeline for implementation. It would have been the city's task to, once they had approved it, to resource it institutionally in terms of the personnel, to resource it in terms of the arrangements and the institutional arrangements across departments, which in our case we recommended that there be a program coordinating committee, program office, which doesn't exist in the city. It hasn't been established. And that it resourced it in terms of budget, in terms of applying for budget for the work. So, to my knowledge, a program office was not established, and other alternative institutional arrangements were not made to ensure that this be a programmatic implementation. The value of a programmatic implementation in a program office is that all of those units who then are responsible for the various tasks would be accountable to ICHIP or to the revisions that the city undertook of ICHIP, would be accountable to the budgets and accountable to the tasks in the process. Advocate Brickner, would you like me to speak to anything that I am aware of that was taken forward?
We'll deal with the individual
Do that,
programs, but
okay.
it would be helpful to headline at this stage to what extent any of those programs were implemented to your knowledge.
I do not have full knowledge of even a great deal of knowledge of what was implemented in full. I can say that the city appointed the same consulting team. I was not part of that consulting team. The city and I think National Treasury in one of the cases, to look at the possible piloting of the sectional title program, which is one of the programs advocated in ICHIP, and that stalled, that the process was not taken to Section 79 committees and was stopped. I don't have information on why. Another program which was around the city investigating whether it could apply a rental subsidy in order to open up a supply of rental rooms by the private sector was also a pilot study was commissioned, was begun, but was also stalled, and that was primarily led through the JDA.
We've heard evidence already in the Commission proceedings also around TEA, and we'll see in a moment that ICHIP, that's a component of ICHIP. Do you have any knowledge in relation to that aspect of the implementation?
I don't have knowledge of the cities, except that obviously through the media I'm aware that the city has opened TEA facilities. The ICHIP understanding of TEA and provision for TEA was that you would incrementally develop TEA facilities at a pace of approximately 500 per year, so that you would, at the end of 5 years, have 7,500 units. These were conceptualized, commissioners, as units within buildings, and that they would be units that would be, as their name suggests, temporary, that people would be moved into those units while buildings were being refurbished, and then would be accommodated in the suite of housing options that we recommended be opened. So it was not envisaged as a permanent solution, but as a temporary solution, and I must say in concert with the opening of other solutions, of permanent solutions.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So, as I understand your evidence, to the limits of your knowledge, there has been some partial implementation or movement forward on 3 of the aspects of ICHIP, around sectional titles, rental subsidies, and TEA to differing extents. Is that then what you know about implementation, or anything to add?
Sorry, Advocate Brickell. I'm also aware, although only have partial information around this, of the building release program that was undertaken under Mayor Herman Mashaba, and that released several buildings for redevelopment. It was not clear that those buildings were targeting the very lowest income, and not clear to me that they were linked with the necessary TA facilities that would have been required so that people within those distressed buildings would be accommodated while building redevelopment was undertaken. And to my knowledge, the properties that were available for that, it's very important that there be a transparent process around what properties are available, and that was not very clear. So I think that there certainly was a big program that was initiated. I think only a small number of those buildings were actually redeveloped and not linked with TEA, and I cannot speak for what target market those buildings were aimed to
Understood.
address.
Your reference to Mayor Mashaba reminds me perhaps to situate us politically, just in terms
Yes.
of who was in the office during the relevant period. And given the dates that you've provided and what is public knowledge, would I be correct to understand that ICHIP was developed under Mayor Parks Tau and then adopted in the mayoral committee at the time when Mayor Herman Mashaba was in office?
That is correct.
So it spanned their 2 periods in office.
Yes, it did.
If I could take you then to paragraph 9 of your statement, where you provide a summary of the main features of ICHIP. And it would be helpful to ask you please to speak to those at the outset. So in paragraph 9.1 at page 1765, you say that ICHIP proposed context-specific, spatially targeted and institutionally embedded housing programs for the years 2014 to 2021, which remain relevant today. You've spoken to the institutional aspect across many departments. Is there anything that you would add in comment on paragraph 9.1?
Yes, Advocate Brickell. In terms of context-specific and spatially targeted implementation, this speaks to area-based management, area-based planning, which is a well-trodden route within the planning of Johannesburg. Johannesburg sees the solutions to the city, planning in the city on a precinct basis. It has for years defined precincts within the inner city, and it programs its work according to those precincts in the best of cases. The importance of that is that we're developing neighborhoods, not housing, but we're also attending to the wide range of issues and the wide range of systemic issues that interfere with housing development. But it means that when you are looking at developing a particular building or a particular site, You're taking cognizance of what is in the public environment, what other development is happening in the area so that you are connecting with those. You're taking cognizance of the social conditions and the stakeholders so that there's adequate stakeholder engagement, and also that the work and the investment is an investment in the long term, that what you're trying to invest in is sustainable housing solutions, not one-off housing solutions. This is an approach that really is embedded in the city, particularly in the work of the JDA. And so ICHIP was situating itself within that area-based approach.
Thank you. In paragraph 9.2, you speak to ICHIP taking into account all sectors of the housing market and the needs of all income groups, but having a particular emphasis on the housing needs of poor people. I think you've spoken to that, and
Yes.
you took us to the section of ICHIP itself dealing with the pro-poor approach. Is there anything that you would add in that regard, or we've covered it?
I feel covered, thank you.
9.3 records that ICHIP was informed by extensive research into inner city housing conditions using multiple sources of data, including primary fieldwork into demand, supply, and living conditions in the less formal private market. Would you care to comment on that and just give an overview of the research that informed ICHIP?
I think the fuller statement will cover in detail some of that research, but I think important to say that we are a data-poor city. Commissioners, the data within the city of Johannesburg is very poor around buildings, around populations within those buildings, around supply. And ICHIP leaned heavily on the census data, on academic research that had been done around the city, on the city's own reports and annual reports, and then also undertook fieldwork in that we did a short survey of 150 residents within the inner city to try to establish what their housing conditions were.
Thank you. And then in 9.4, you record that ICHIP recognized the multiple roles, functions, and opportunities of the inner city, consciously situated housing as one component within the broader development of the inner city, amongst other support facilities and services envisaged. It was informed by the broader planning framework of the inner city, which advocated for an inclusive inner city.
I think I've covered that.
And then in paragraph 10, there are certain understandings that informed the development of ICHIP. And we'll move through those quickly and indicate if you have anything to add. So 10.1 refers to while the housing crisis in the inner city results from the demand for affordable housing outstripping the supply of suitable housing for the poor, that arises from a complex set of reasons. And the next paragraph records that a myriad of issues were identified as negatively impacting on the housing situation at the time. And it refers to poverty and limited affordability. Do you have any comment to add? You've spoken to these issues to some extent already.
And
Do you
I
have
think the
anything to
issues
add?
will arise again later in the statement, Advocate Brickhill, but I think that ICHIP focused on increasing the supply of affordable housing. That was its major imperative.
And then in paragraph 10.3, you say that there were opportunities and innovations
Yes.
in the housing situation, including multiple formal and informal responses to residential demand, including repurposing of vacant or redundant industrial and commercial buildings into flats. There were some innovations in the social housing sector and a dynamic informal property market. So this was the context as you found it. Do you have any comment on that?
So while there were and remain very severe challenges in the inner city, there had been a very vibrant housing market, the delivery of affordable, sometimes it's a misnomer, affordable, because it was low middle income rental accommodation being delivered by the private sector in repurposed office buildings and repurposed residential buildings. And so very vibrant market, a vibrant financing market, the Trust for Urban Housing Finance, which funds small-scale landlords, is very active in the inner city. And they had been innovating in very interesting programs with names such as caretaker to landlord programs, and also innovating with different unit sizes, with multiple services, with access to social facilities. It's not a city that is devoid of ideas or devoid of investment, and of people willing to invest in the city. So that was important. And then in terms of the informal property market, there is an enormous range in that, and a number of innovations within that informal property market as well, where certainly there were people living in conditions that were more dense than what those properties were designed for. But there was a range of management, institutional arrangements within those buildings, and some of those very sound and worth looking at and worth learning from going forward.
And you speak to that in a bit more detail in 10.4, and I think we'll return to it again in more detail later. In 10.5, you say that households in the inner city are living in a range of housing circumstances, and go on to say the formal supply at the lowest levels of affordability is negligible. Do you have anything to add in relation to that final sentence?
I think we would come back to this again and again, Commissioners, but the private sector was certainly going down market as far as it could. It had already delivered a large number of units within the inner city. I stand under correction, but I think it's about 50,000 had been delivered over the previous decade. And it was probably getting close to the fulfillment of the low middle income housing need. So it was in its interest to go further down market. It was being blocked by enormous capital costs without any subsidy of those, and enormous services costs. And I may repeat this again, but the evidence we were given, the information we were given from private developers, is that in many cases the cost of services to the city were at least equal to the cost of rental for tenants. And so they were absolutely blocked in going any further down market in order to have a viable business case. And then those units that were available were oversubscribed, the units that had been developed by social housing institutions for the very poor.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. In paragraphs 11 and 12, there's really an overview that you set out of ICHIP, and we'll come in a moment to paragraph 12, which lists the 6 housing delivery programs proposed by ICHIP. But if we can deal with paragraph 11 on page 1767, 11.1 deals with the question of demand, and I'd ask you just to speak to that issue of demand and what ICHIP did in relation to demand.
So in terms of demand, both from our field work, but also the analysis of the census data and the analysis of what accommodation was available, we concluded that internal and cross-border migrants form a large portion of the low-cost housing market. People finding opportunity in Johannesburg, which remains true. There's a high demand for low-cost rooms that include including communal rooms with shared facilities, as well as for flexible rental arrangements. People who may stay in the city during the week because in order to save transport costs and then return to other accommodation elsewhere, for example. But also flexible rental arrangements where people are not committed year after year when their economic circumstances don't allow them to sign long leases. Many inner city residents work in the informal sector and do not always have reliable forms of income. This also inhibits them from signing leases where they cannot show a salary slip. There's a demand for accommodation with close proximity to economic opportunities and affordable transportation. And many migrants, and I'm not talking here, Commissioners, in terms of foreign migrants only, I'm talking about local migrants as well, so long-distance migrants, lack the social capital required for finding inner city accommodation. Access to accommodation is also not only about income, but a question of the barriers to access, such as the lack of necessary documentation in the case of asylum-seeking papers. In the case of locals, it might be documentation around salary slips or IDs.
Thank you. Sorry, please continue.
So ICHIP made assumptions that require the number of households that require accommodation intervention. There was not clear data for this. We therefore took the census data and we made assumptions. The team that worked on the numbers made assumptions around the numbers of households that would require accommodation, and then geared the ICHIP solutions to opening the various streams of accommodation that would meet that demand.
So you deal with that in 11.2. Those would be estimates of the need
We
for
estimated the
affordable
needs.
accommodation for poor people.
Yes. So we did make estimates, and later on we have a table that indicates what our assumptions were.
Yes. Using a low and a high scenario, so those are your upper and lower ends of the estimate.
So the low scenario being that you would need to provide accommodation for a minimal number of people, and the high scenario, the maximum number of people. Not that you would need to be, not the maximum, but an adequate supply that would need to be open.
Understood. And 11.3 appears to be central. So ICHIP emphasized a supply-driven approach to increase the housing stock available, and then it proposed a target to deliver 9,500 units to serve 35,650 people over the financial period from 2017 to 2021, over that 5-year period. Could you speak to that target?
Commissioners, when we get to it, we will see that the census data and the high scenario estimates that the need is to serve about 30,000 households. ICHIP does not propose resolving that within 5 years, but proposes opening up a menu, a suite of options to supply 9,500 units over 5 years within a reasonably paced and reasonably budgeted program, and also a program that would stimulate demand in various housing programs, various supply chains, so that you would generate activity and begin an impetus of supply.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. That target then would be the overall central target of ICHIP taken as a whole.
That's the target that we budgeted in our estimates, yes.
And we see in 11.4 that ICHIP proposed to achieve this through 6 housing delivery programs and 5 housing facilitation programs. Could you explain what those are, a housing delivery program versus a housing facilitation program?
Thank you, Advocate. So the housing delivery programs are programs that would increase the supply, that would provide new housing into the market. And there are 6 different programs within that. The facilitative and support programs are programs to stabilize the conditions in order to enable supply to happen. And those would speak to stabilizing conditions within buildings, but also in providing an enabling environment within the city's myriad of planning regulations and other regulations that developers need to overcome or to pass through in order to increase supply. So the facilitative programs were the support programs, and the delivery programs were literally, as they say, to increase supply. If I may say, Advocate Brickhill, the 6 delivery programs and the 5 facilitative programs are in very few cases new programs of the city. That what ICHIP was consciously doing and was required to do was to look at the programs that exist within the city and where those are situated within the city, and to really articulate the programs in a coherent plan and a coherent strategy. And that was the attempt, and that's why it articulates these programs as 6 programs and 5 facilitative programs. I'm trying to emphasize that because it may seem unwieldy, but it's actually a very clear articulation. It's a sophisticated program, it's a complex program, responding to a very complex set of conditions within what is a complex institution, but that collectively can hold this mandate.
The programs themselves are listed on the following page, on
Yes.
1768, and paragraph 12 lists the 6 housing delivery programs, and paragraph 13 the 5 facilitative support programs. Those appear there. We're going to deal with each one by one, in particular focusing on the housing delivery programs. But they are Program 1, Temporary Emergency Accommodation, Program 2, Subsidized Municipal Rental Accommodation, Program 3, Subsidized Private Rental Rooms Accommodation, Program 4, Social Rental Housing, Program 5, Private Sector Rental Delivery Enhancement, and Program 6, Subsidized Ownership Accommodation. And then the 5 facilitative support programs are listed in paragraph 13. Program 1, Special Program for the Relocation of Evictees, SPRE. Program 2, Sectional Title Rehabilitation. Program 3, Building Targeting and Release. Program 4, Municipal Process Facilitation and Housing Support. And Program 5, Integrated Management Information System. And you've spoken to the difference between those. You made the point a moment ago that many of these programs were not new,
That's right.
but really captured existing city programs. Do you have anything to add in that regard in relation to the list of programs here, or are you covered by what you've said?
I think I'm covered by what I've said, and could refer to that again in the individual programs.
In paragraph 14, you speak to what these programs are intended to do. 1, assist commercial landlords and social housing institutions to provide accommodation at lower rental amounts. 2, deliver and operate municipal-owned housing and shelters. And 3, incentivize and fund innovative landlords to deliver housing and shelter options in the inner city. So as I understand it, the different 6 programs are aimed at doing some combination of those 3 things. Would you care to comment on that? We will deal with them individually,
Sure.
but those seem to be the objectives.
Thank you. Commissioners, this clause really talks to who are the agents who would deliver housing. And in the first instance, it is the private developers and landlords, the commercial landlords, social housing institutions who are independent institutions, but not for-profit institutions. The second would be the municipality through its municipal-owned rental housing and also its social housing program and its shelters. And the third is small-scale landlords, new landlords, and you know, who often are leading in innovation.
Thank you. If I could take you then to paragraph 15 on page 1769, and that speaks to the application of ICHIP to so-called bad buildings. Recalling your evidence earlier that you were involved in the drafting and adoption of the bad buildings policy of 2009, bad buildings strategy. And could you speak to the extent to which ICHIP relates to so-called bad buildings, as described in paragraph 15?
Thank you, Advocate. Commissioners, I highlight here that there are 3 programs that specifically speak to the sorts of conditions that the Commission is possibly primarily concerned with. And so our facilitation program 3 specifically maps a strategy for addressing bad buildings. It is one of the many iterations that the city has of addressing bad buildings. There was, in 2009, the bad building strategy. Subsequent to that, the inner city had the inner city property scheme, and what ICHIP did was to look at the best of, in our estimation, of the inner city property scheme and tweak that, but also link it to temporary emergency accommodation. And so it does that. Facilitation Program 4 is about the provision of emergency services at street level to residents of high-risk buildings. And this was a proposal that about tracking the problem buildings in the inner city. So putting in place an information management system that would track the conditions within buildings and also would track and audit the actions that were taken to rehabilitate buildings.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So as I understand your evidence, those 3 facilitation programs had a direct bearing on so-called bad buildings, the conditions in those buildings, what we've elsewhere called problem properties in terms of the bylaw. But if we take you back to the 6 housing delivery programs, you've explained on page 1768, you've explained that those were all targeting or prioritizing affordable accommodation for poor residents.
Yes.
So those residents would include current occupants of so-called bad buildings or occupied buildings.
Yes, the programs are all designed to address those needs and to open a suite of options for alternative accommodation or for the rehabilitation of existing accommodation for people living in high-risk situations.
Thank you. In paragraph 16, you speak to the fact that ICHIP costed the interventions and proposed institutional responsibility. We'll see that under each of the programs, but could you just explain that approach in terms of costing the interventions? And in particular, if you could speak to the involvement of city officials in this part of the process of costing and proposing institutional responsibility.
So again, as I said previously, the housing department officials who we were working with and the JDA officials were very closely involved with us in the development of these proposals and we checked with them the costing of solutions, but the costing was undertaken by a professional quantity surveyor within our team and a professional statistician within our team, and also a housing development data expert within the team. They were costed with an understanding of the limits of the city's budget, but also with an understanding that the city could and should raise additional funding for this program. And then in terms of the institutional responsibility, the ICHIP proposes that there be a program office that would coordinate the responsibility across the various units, and that there be a close relationship between the housing department and the JDA, who had commissioned this work, in terms of the implementation of the work, because of the understanding that the JDA was both the implementing arm of the city, but also took responsibility for the precinct level implementation with planning department in the inner city. So it was well placed to assist in the crowding in of investment that's required in a neighborhood, where it's not just solving for shelter, but solving for sustainable housing solutions. And there is, Advocate Brickhill, a flow chart which shows the institutional arrangements does exist in ICHIP.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And you continue in paragraph 16.1 to deal with the need for coordination and the proposed City Housing Program Management Office to play that role. In 16.2, and you've spoken to that, in 16.2, you record that ICHIP took the position that the city should adopt an experimental attitude to the programs proposed, and that this means rigorous ongoing monitoring, evaluation, and recalibration of instruments on an ongoing basis. Do you have any comment in relation to that need for monitoring and ongoing evaluation?
Yes, and I think maybe it's not the best choice of words on my part, Advocate Brickhill, but I think to talk about a piloting attitude, that we were proposing a range of solutions, and it is possible to pilot several of those at the same time. And we were proposing that the city piloted and monitored them very closely to extract lessons of the best of them for further rollout. Some of those programs had not, yet been undertaken within the city's ambit, or were proposing new ideas in the city, and so for that reason, we thought it was important to pilot. To start somewhere in several ways, and also to pilot in some cases in partnership with the private sector, with other entities, and in other cases to be piloting inside of the city and within the confines of its own competencies.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The next paragraph gives a structure of the remainder of the statement. We've already dealt with that. And then you move in section 1 to deal with the background to ICHIP. Again, you've covered much of this already in your testimony, that it was submitted by Rebel Group Advisory Southern Africa to the JDA and the city's housing department on 14 December 2015. In paragraph 19, you say that the plan comprised three reports. 19.1, the strategy and programs. The strategy and programs is what is the annexure TZ1 to your statement. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And Chairperson, Commissioner, the additional two documents, the action plan and the precinct plan, we have made available to the Commission and the parties in an additional bundle. They were not originally included, and we may not need to deal with them in any detail, Dr. Zak, but perhaps you could just explain what those three parts of ICHIP are: the strategy and programs, the action plan, and the precinct plan.
Thank you, Advocate Brickfield. So the strategy and programs map exactly that. They map the overall strategy and approach and what the individual programs are, and they provide a cost estimate and timeline for implementation. The action plan and the precinct plan suggest an area-based approach to implementing ICHIP, and that it be, and we identified neighbourhoods where the programs should be implemented first, and a timeline for that implementation. And then we also identified 22 sites which the city could use to target the programs that we had identified in ICHIP, and we costed what implementation would cost on each of those sites, and in that section of the work also identify what the roles would be of various departments to unlock those properties.
Sorry, just for our understanding, would a site be a building, an area?
A site would be a piece of ground on which there may be a building. So it would be a land and buildings.
Thank you. So we have now placed the full document before the Commission, and if you need to refer to any part of the action plan or the precinct plan, those are contained in a separate bundle, and we can go there if you need to. The next sections of your statement deal with the scope of ICHIP. You've covered that in your testimony already. Its focus from paragraphs 22 and following, and you've really covered
Yes.
much of that. If I could take you then to the section beginning from paragraph 25, which lists the project team.
Thank you.
At page 1773, in paragraph 25, you explain that the project team was overseen by Rebel Group Advisory Southern Africa, Pty Limited, who won a bid advertised by the city. You've explained that process, and that the team comprised of the following consultants. And we then see three categories. The first are the core team, where we see you listed first, followed by Andreas Bertoldi, who has worked with you on the statement and filed the confirmatory, David Gardner, Ros Gordon, Jakos Pina, Catherine Cox, Melinda Silverman, and Robert McLaughlin, and then three student interns, and you've identified them previously, Koza, Letsualo, and Malavolti. And then there were advisory experts, Dr. Sarah Charlton, whom you've referred to already and who confirms your statement, as well as Rolf Doskot, Matthew Nell, Dr. Margot Rubin, Professor Francois Viruli, and finally Dr. Matthew Wilhelm Solomon, who gave evidence to the Commission last week and confirmed that he was involved in the process in that capacity on an unremunerated basis.
That's correct.
The next section of the statement deals with... Yes, please, if you have a comment to add.
Commissioners, if I could just note that the core team included town planners, quantity surveyor, a statistician, an architect and urban designer, an economic development specialist and specialist in governance, and a specialist in housing data, and myself as a town planner.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. That's helpful to understand the people who were involved. The next section deals with the methodology from paragraph 26, and you describe this multidisciplinary team, and you've now explained those areas of expertise and how ideas were workshopped with a reference team of housing experts and with city officials. Please could you highlight the other aspects of that methodology, including the interviews that follow, field observation, desktop analysis? If you could just take us through.
So thank you, Advocate. The core fieldwork involved interviews with tenants, caretakers, touts, who are people who link prospective tenants with available accommodation, people colloquially known as mastandes, who manage clusters of rental space in a building, with landlords and with prospective tenants for less formal living arrangements in 7 inner city neighbourhoods, including Mayfair, Fordsburg, Berea, Hillbrow, the inner city, I think Bertram's. There are 7 neighbourhoods that are listed in the inner city roadmap. I mean, in ICHIP. And in terms of these interviews, we were looking to understand what people's current housing circumstances were, how much they were paying for their accommodation, what the issues were, and what the management arrangements were within those spaces. We also conducted interviews with public and private persons who had knowledge or expertise or experience of low-income housing in the inner city, including a number of developers, a number of financiers in the inner city, as well as people who had previously worked with the inner city partnership. We also then undertook field observation of living conditions and of building stock in various precincts, particularly in the precincts that we suggested later be the priority precincts. We undertook a desktop analysis of the national and the local policy and the precedent that framed the housing situation and the city's housing mandate. And then we analysed the census data at an inner city-wide level and at a neighbourhood level, and matched and overlaid that with geographic information systems data to provide a profile of the incomes, the housing typologies, and the living circumstances in various geographic areas of the inner city. So ICHIP does that in detail, describes various neighbourhoods, and looks at what the circumstances are, who is how many people are renting, how many people have ownership in the various typologies. We also undertook research into various possible subsidy mechanisms. We were proposing a new subsidy mechanism, and so we undertook research into that. We looked at private developers' models and tools for providing low-income accommodation and interviewed a number of them on their attempts to and their successes in providing lower-income accommodation. We also looked at the housing typologies that were available through the private sector and through social housing institutions, and we explored what the capital and operational costs for a range of housing typologies would be. And then identified, and there was a big debate on whether you would subsidize the subject, as in the person, or subsidize the unit, and so that was a very important part of the project methodology.
We'll come back to that debate, but since you've raised it, you might as well reveal the outcome, which was the approach to subsidize
the unit. The
next section of your statement deals with the inner city context. And again, you've spoken to some extent to these issues. But if I can take you to paragraph 33, and in particular 33.1, at page 1775, you speak here to the availability of affordable accommodation in the inner city. You begin in the first sentence by giving the estimate which you gave earlier, that an estimated 50,000 new apartments had been delivered in Johannesburg's inner city in the previous decade. So I imagine that would have been from around 2005 or 2004 to 2014. Is that
That's
the
correct.
decade?
Yes.
And then you go on to identify what findings were made in terms of what was available when ICHIP was prepared. And could you speak to those findings at the end of 33.1 and then in 33.2?
So the new housing units that had been developed, Commissioners, were not adequately priced to meet the demand for accommodation that was identified in the ICHIP brief. Although some housing providers had managed to supply accommodation at that stage in 2014 at around 700 Rand per month, such as Madula Moho, who is a foremost provider of social housing in Johannesburg, and 900 Rand per month in the case of the city's social housing institution, Joshko. Those providers told us that accommodation was significantly oversubscribed.
Can I just pause you there to understand what oversubscribed means?
It means that there was not enough accommodation to serve the need of people, that there were people waiting for accommodation, that there were no vacancies.
Effectively, that it was full.
It was full.
And then in 33.2, you say that research indicated that the cheapest available room without any subsidy cost around 1,700 Rand per month. Could you please explain that finding?
So that was, through our research from the developers who were developing privately, the lowest that they could go down was, and it was a room for rent in the private market, was about 1,700 Rand per month at that stage.
So sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
So just the remainder of that.
Yes, well, perhaps we can just pause there. So your findings, as I understand them, were that in terms of social housing, that was being provided at 700 Rand per month and 900 Rand per month, but it was full, and or significantly oversubscribed, and that the cheapest private available rental was at 1,700. Do I understand you?
You do, and Advocate, those both refer to rooms for rent, which is possibly the lowest level of formal provision possible. Social housing provision, social housing refers to a range of housing units. They will be providing rooms for rent or bachelor units or 1 or 2 bedroomed units, but this was for the very lowest, and a very minimal supply was available in the city, but yes, they were full.
Understood. It might be helpful at this stage for you, in your own words, to explain what social housing is, and perhaps you've also been talking about affordable housing. If you could just clarify those terms.
Social housing is it is linked to a particular subsidy provided by national government, and it is supplied through social housing institutions. It is a complicated program in that it requires that an institution develop these units. It's a very good program in that it does take cognizance of rehabilitation of areas, of providing for the social needs of tenants. And there are a number of independent social housing organizations, institutions, who are established in Johannesburg and elsewhere, who would apply for this national subsidy and deliver housing in accordance with the subsidy. The subsidy is regulated by the SHRA, the Social Housing Regulatory Authority, and by the National Organization of Social Housing Institutions, NASHO. It is linked to a subsidy, and therefore there is a limit to how much one can provide, or how much provision there is in the city. In an ideal world, one would want to seed as many good social housing institutions as possible. And there have been extraordinary social housing institutions such as Madulamoho. But the subsidy is limited. The regulation is very complicated. It's a complex program to run. And some of the social housing institutions, certainly in Tshwane, have come under enormous stress and are in business rescue. And that is problematic. Social housing institutions, because although they receive the national subsidy, do not receive an additional subsidy from the city, except JOSHCO, which is the city's own housing institution that does receive an effective subsidy in terms of its operational costs and often in terms of its capital cost. Without a subsidy for its capital costs, those social housing institutions, such as Madulamoho, to my knowledge, are under severe constraint and, in fact, are limiting their intervention in the city. And, Commissioners, I do think that this is really important, because here we have a solution that we had developed in the country, and we want to be seeding more of these institutions, and instead we're squeezing them by not giving them an adequate relief on the capital costs in terms of providing, lower cost land or buildings, and in terms of giving relief in the operational costs, i.e. the service charges, the rate charges from the city. Some of the social housing institutions, like Madulamoho, have been tasked by the city with running their shelters, and that has been problematic. But I would ask you to deal directly with them in terms of what those problems have been.
Yeah. You've spoken also to affordable housing and the need for affordable housing. Is that the same thing as social housing? How does it relate to it? Do they overlap? What's the relationship between the two?
So affordable rental housing is a term that was coined to refer to the rental housing for lower middle income people. At the dawn of democracy, there was a massive pent-up demand for people who could afford to rent housing and who needed accommodation that was closer to the inner city. And developers took advantage of that and redeveloped a large number of buildings for rental. It's termed affordable rental accommodation, but it's a bit of a misnomer because it doesn't refer to the affordability crisis at the lowest end of the market. And so we do have
Thank you.
inadequate terminology.
Thank you. So we've dealt with the research around what was available. Paragraph 33.3 deals with court decisions around the requirement to provide alternative accommodation upon eviction that may result in homelessness. That appears to be a reference to the Blue Moonlight decision. And in the next sentence, or the following, a reference to the High Court at that point having held that some shelter management practices were unconstitutional. That appears to be a reference to the Gladler litigation. Am I correct
That is
about
correct.
those? And then in 33.4, there's a conclusion drawn in simple terms. If I could ask you to speak to that conclusion.
So in simple terms, the demand for affordable housing, in this case meaning affordable to the lowest income sectors of the inner city population, commissioners, outstripped the supply of suitable housing. There was not enough supply of housing to meet the needs of the very poor. It is a problem that is complex. It's the product of a long history of urban decline and a mounting demand for access to the city, as well as of low incomes and limited affordability on the one hand, and no clear government instruments to facilitate low-cost accommodation on the other. At the same time, there were many innovations and there's substantial investment in the inner city. And so tackling the problem required both grappling with the complex challenges that restrict the supply and also taking advantage of the many opportunities that are available to stimulate supply at a lower cost.
And it was that ICHIP sought to do, as you explain in paragraph 34. You go on in paragraph 35, under the heading of the context, to express a view that the contextual conditions described in ICHIP remain accurate in the contemporary inner city. Could you explain that view? This was over a decade, or it was about a decade ago that ICHIP was developed, but you say that those contextual conditions remain accurate.
I think, Commissioners, as we go through what the contextual conditions are, I would affirm that to the best of my knowledge, those have not shifted. There's not been an improvement in levels of poverty or in a significant way in the supply of alternative housing for the poor in the inner city. And the restriction on the opening of the supply chain for affordable accommodation remains the same. The conditions of life in the inner city remain at least the same as they were in 2014.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. In the remainder of that section, you provide an overview of the context as recorded in ICHIP, referring in paragraph 36 to the city's significant strategic value, its role as a transport hub, in paragraph 37 to the rich cultural and heritage assets, in paragraph 38 to the city as a vital and vibrant residential node, in paragraph 39, however, to the city as also being a site of urban decay and decline in many areas, as well as increasing urban management challenges. So that really seems to be the context, the main features of the context. Is there anything that you would want to add or emphasize in relation to those paragraphs?
I think, Advocate, only to emphasize the urban management challenges in the inner city are extreme, and the institutional resourcing of those programs within the institution that are required to tackle urban management are inadequate. It is, in my opinion, a weak function within the inner city, and for many years has not stemmed the decline. Urban management is responsible for the management of the public environment, of the infrastructure, the conditions in the inner city, and would have been responsible also for monitoring conditions through building inspections, etc. And I think it's a weakly resourced function of the city.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The next section of your statement from page 1777 to 1779 situates ICHIP within the larger planning framework of the city. And in paragraph 41, you refer to the city's inner city transformation roadmap and quote from it. And you've already spoken to the roadmap and how ICHIP was related to it and was developed immediately after the roadmap. Is there anything that you would want to add or highlight from that section dealing with the roadmap?
I think I have emphasised sufficiently that ICHIP is seated within the roadmap and it's part of the achievement of an inclusive inner city within the roadmap.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. You then turn from page 1779 to deal with challenges and opportunities, section 3 of your statement, beginning first with certain challenges that were identified in ICHIP. And these are many, and they are highlighted in bold. I'm going to take you through them one by one, and you may wish to emphasize particular challenges or speak to them. Or if you feel they speak for themselves, simply say so. So the first one is in 45.1 is high levels of poverty, and you speak to that as the key housing problem in the inner city being unemployment. Is there anything that you'd care to add? You deal with issues of affordability that you've addressed already, I think.
I think we've addressed that, just that we need to deal with these systemically.
Thank you. 45.2, you speak to a stressed built form. What does that challenge relate to? So
when there are stresses on the building through overuse or a breakdown of one or other service, the building's functionality is quickly compromised. Overcrowding places pressure on the services. When that's coupled with the neglect of maintenance, as we see in many buildings, particularly in sectional title buildings where the bodies corporate responsible for that maintenance are not active, that quickly leads to a breakdown of services, and we get accumulation of solid waste, water leaks and sewer overflows. This happens in overcrowded residential units and in unlawfully occupied industrial buildings. In addition to that, flats in many buildings are occupied by multiple households that are informally subdivided. In some cases, that's done with reasonable partitioning and materials that are relatively safe. In other cases, the materials and the extent of overcrowding pose health and safety risks. We also have in many industrial and commercial buildings, particularly in the eastern edge of the inner city, buildings that have been appropriated as residential dwellings, and occupation has taken place without the increase of services that's required for that accommodation. And we also have the phenomenon of informal settlements inside buildings with shacks constructed of makeshift materials inside structures.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And I think what the paragraphs you've just dealt with really bear very close relation to the buildings that the Commission has also inspected, many of them. The next challenge that you turn to address is weak property ownership systems and weak property management. Could you give us a sense of what that challenge is concerned with?
So it is estimated 10,000 housing units within the inner city that are under sectional title. And in many cases, the landlords are not involved in the management of those properties. In other cases, there's sectional title units where the bodies corporate have collapsed, and so the buildings are not being managed adequately. On the other hand, there are many good owners who can't get access to their properties but are paying ongoing bonds or municipal services in those properties. There are various typologies of weak management. Another one is slumlording. In this case, the owners of the buildings or the units are maximizing their rental incomes by allowing people to live in the building at densities and are not providing the adequate services for those densities. That's resulted in an exploitation of tenants who might be paying exorbitant amounts per square meter to live in conditions that don't secure their health or safety. And underinvestment in maintenance, the failure to pay rates and service charges, and overcrowding of flats enables the slumlords to extract significant profits. And unfortunately, this puts them in a significant advantage over legitimate developers in purchasing more buildings to continue this pattern. In some cases, criminals have taken control of buildings, and those would be the ones that would be so-called hijacked buildings, and have been wrested from their owners, and the rights of the owners and the tenants are violated, as criminals exploit the need for shelter by charging rentals, but providing little or no services, or providing illegal connections.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. In the paragraphs that follow, you deal with challenges relating to new household configurations and lifestyle choices, limited opportunities for migrants around housing subsidies and economic opportunities, inadequate supply of special needs and welfare housing. And so I'll just pause there and ask if you would want to add anything in relation to those. Those seem perhaps less significant to the terms of reference than others that we're dealing with. But if you want to add or emphasize, please do.
I think, Commissioners, just that the city that we're needing to cater for is the city that is out there. It's not the city that of the past, and it's not the city that might be in a fantasy of the original or the family accommodation. We've got to be catering to the city that is out there, to the needs of people who make choices to live as singles, as couples, or living as multiple households. That's the city that we need to be catering for.
Thank you. Perhaps we could move then to 45.12, which deals with inadequate municipal services, where you say that public infrastructure is not keeping pace with increased demand. Is there anything that you would want to emphasize in relation to services?
So the data on services is poor. The evidence is more visual than that the city is not keeping an adequate database of services. But certainly we're seeing strain on the education and social facilities available in the inner city, and also the engineering services.
Thank you. The next challenge that you deal with is constrained housing supply, that there are too few suitable housing products available for poorer persons to rent in the inner city, and you deal with issues of the mismatch between demand and supply and what's available. In the paragraphs that follow, the escalation of property prices and the lack of affordable rental accommodation for low and sporadic income earners. Those are all issues you've spoken to already. Is there anything that you would want to add in that regard?
Just to say that the very laudable efforts of converting low-grade commercial, light industrial, redundant space into housing accommodation has on the one hand increased a supply of accommodation for low, middle income users in the inner city, and very important that we have a mix of income groups within the inner city, and that's resulted in the provision of accommodation. On the other hand, a consequence of that upgrading has often been the displacement of poorer households who've occupied buildings that have suffered decline. And I think that's important. I did talk to how property prices have escalated. Also, the price of redevelopment has escalated. And I think that talks to the need for the state to step in if we are to provide accommodation at an affordable level for the poorest residents of the inner city.
And if we turn over the page to 1783, you deal with that issue of cost escalations specifically in 45.18. On this page, you also deal at the top with challenges around legislation, regulation, and planning frameworks. What's the challenge that you've identified there in relation to those frameworks?
So the Constitutional Court obliged the city to respond to evictions and inadequate living conditions in the inner city. And the stay on evictions has placed a burden on the city to provide alternative accommodation before the city's rehabilitation, the building's rehabilitation can begin. And the delays on the provision of alternatives exacerbate the risk to the residents. On the one hand, the city is constrained by the fact that alternative accommodation must offer secure enough tenure to avoid further evictions. the city needs to unlock both transitional accommodation and to ensure that there are more permanent accommodation options available to people who are confronted with displacement. The planning requirements for alternative accommodation or for development of buildings in the inner city are onerous. They may disincentivize densification, particularly of smaller properties. Our solutions commissioners do not all lie in our high-rise buildings in the inner city, but do also lie in those suburbs that are around the rim of what we think of as the traditional CBD, where there is the potential for densification and for increasing supply. The planning regulations that are required there may be regulations around parking or regulations around site development plans, are onerous for the small-scale, innovative developers who you want to be incentivizing to be playing in this market. And in terms of our need for law and order, the importance of looking at that market is that what we're looking at is regularizing conditions that are out there. So ways of, again in the words of Tough, converting slumlords to landlords and caretakers to landlords. So taking buildings which are not at the enormous risk that we've witnessed in many of our buildings, but that need to be stabilized, and regularizing those through the application of appropriate planning legislation is important. And sorry to be overstating it, but some of the planning regulations could certainly be revised to assist that.
And do those planning requirements lie within the gift of the city, or the city and the province and national? Is it a combination of all three?
Within the city. They lie within the town planning scheme and in building regulations.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. You've already spoken, I think, to the issue of cost escalations as one of the challenges, and the next one of service delivery, urban management and administration. I think you've also spoken to that in some detail. On page 1784, the final challenge in 45.21 that you note is around data, that there's no centralized effective database on inner city property and rates. Perhaps that speaks for itself, but if there's anything you wanted to add.
I think, Commissioners, we need an effective database that is transparent on what public buildings exist and are available for redevelopment in Johannesburg. And when we were working on ICHIP and when we were working on the bad building strategy, there were several databases, none of them matching one another, and they were held in different units within the city. And to my knowledge, the city has not revealed, established what the effective database is and audited or revealed what its audit is of those buildings. Without an effective database of public buildings, we are constrained in solving these problems. The city property and rates are also complicated. When a building has been redeveloped from commercial to residential, one would imagine that then its residential rates should apply to it. In many cases, commercial rates will apply to it, and those. So, in addition to a database, you'd want to be resolving those sort of issues, to be resolving the billings crisis that confronts the city.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. You then turn to deal with the opportunities on page 1784 from paragraph 46 and following, and you highlight, I think there are 6 opportunities that are highlighted in that section. The first is the opportunity around repurposing of properties. What's that about?
So the repurposing which I've talked about, repurposing vacant or redundant industrial buildings or commercial buildings to residential. And that's an opportunity that's been seized. We know how to do it in Johannesburg.
The second is around significant private investment. And you say that since the 1990s, the private sector has provided multiple lower middle-income rental opportunities. Do you have anything to add in relation to that opportunity?
No, I think I've spoken to it.
Yes, please.
I think I have spoken to that. Thank you.
In 46.5 over the page, you then speak to new entrants to the property market, an increase in small-scale landlords, and emerging black entrepreneurial developers. I think you've spoken to those players too. The next opportunity that you speak to is an improved investment climate in pockets of the inner city. Is there anything that you would want to add or emphasize in that regard?
Just, Commissioners, that the JDA consciously invested in concert with where private developers were investing in terms of upgrading in the public environment, whether it was the cleaning of lanes or it was improving the paving, improving services in those spaces. And this did contribute to pockets of the inner city starting to shifting, and it improved the investment climate, that other developers were attracted to those spaces. And it is an approach which one can broaden also to where investment takes place for poorer income households.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The next opportunity that you identify is around the dynamic informal property market, where you say in 46.7 that housing is being supplied to the poor informally and through the repurposing of residential and other spaces in ways that they were not designed for. The response includes the irregular subdivision of apartments in high-rise buildings with variable outcomes, and that overall these are continuing to contributing to supply, and where there are good outcomes, these deserve to be enhanced. You then speak in the next paragraph to backyard structures being developed in response to the need for very affordable accommodation. Do you have anything to add in relation to that informal property market?
I'm not advocating, Commissioners, that the city break its bylaws or encourage unsafe accommodation. But there is accommodation in the inner city where subdivision has taken place. It's a reality of many apartments and many houses in the inner city. And it behoves the city to look closely at those practices, because within those practices there are some very good management practices at local scale. And the city cannot be managing everything from a bird's eye view. And there are some important practices. There's also the potential to look there for innovative redesign of space, and then to think about how those could be done in safe ways, and to bring in the requisite professional skills to look at those. Because we need to be stabilizing those parts of the market, which are where people are living at higher densities than spaces were designed for, but they don't pose extreme health and safety risks. And may I add, they don't yet pose those, that we could be intervening in those spaces. And there's some sound lessons that could be garnered from those. In terms of backyard structures, there's a range of backyard structures in the inner city. Some of them rooms, some of them shacks, some of them extensions to homes. And it's perfectly possible to look at regularizing those, applying the law and also innovative financing mechanisms to give people incentives to provide healthy and safe accommodation in the backyards of spaces of inner city properties.
Thank you, Dr. Zak, and I think we'll return to some of those issues when we deal with the specific programs. The final opportunity that you identify in this section is around the infrastructure base and permissive zoning, where you say in 46.9 that the inner city is well located with a considerable, if aging, infrastructure base. And in the next paragraph, you record that while there are challenges in terms of public open space, recreation and education facilities, tertiary healthcare is well served. And in terms of planning regulation, the inner city zoning is permissive, enabling significant densification and innovation. Could you please speak to that final aspect, that in terms of planning regulation, the inner city zoning is permissive?
So much of the zoning in the inner city would allow business rights or general purpose zoning. So most of the housing typologies that one would be accommodating in these buildings doesn't need a rezoning of the buildings. Rezoning is a very onerous legal process within the city. And so it's not the planning zoning of the inner city is not an inhibitor. What is an inhibitor is when the rates and revenue provisions have not been altered when there has been a repurposing of buildings.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The next section of your statement turns to deal with housing demand and supply. Chairperson, I see that it is 1 minute to 1, and if it would be a convenient time to take the lunch
Yes, it
adjournment.
will be a convenient time before you tackle this part of evidence. We are adjourned for lunch. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, Commissioner. Dr. Zak, you're still under oath, and we were leading your evidence on the basis of your statement, and we were on page 1786, where under section 4, inner city housing demand and supply, you begin by providing a definition of the inner city in paragraph 47, as defined in Census 2011. And there's a list of areas, and in figure 1, which is appears over the page, there are 12 precincts, inner city precincts, identified and depicted in that map. Do you have any comment in relation to the definition of the inner city as set out there?
I think it's clear that these are the suburbs that comprise the inner city and the suburbs that we were concerned with, and the precincts define various housing conditions.
And that then was the geographical scope of ICHIP.
Exactly.
And in paragraph 48, you speak to an issue you've already explained, the approach taken in the roadmap and then in ICHIP of an area-based approach.
That is correct.
If we turn then to page 1787, you then set out from paragraph 49 housing circumstances in the inner city, again based primarily in those paragraphs on census data from 2011. And in paragraph 50, you record that the data indicated that as at 2011, there were some 92,000 households in the inner city, and you then provide a breakdown in terms of the basis on which they were residing in the inner city, with 6% owning their dwellings, 50.2, and the remainder renting, 89%, recorded as living in informal circumstances, 2%, and the remaining 2% living in other circumstances such as hostels. And if we just move forward from there for the moment over the page to paragraph 52, on page 1789, you express the view there that as opposed to national or even provincial data, it is evident that in the inner city that there is a very low level of ownership. And you compare to Gauteng ownership levels at some 39% and relatively few informal settlements in the inner city as compared to around 115 in Gauteng as a whole. Do you have any comment to add in relation to those statistics or that conclusion that you draw?
Thank you, Advocate Brickhill. I think only that our main concern is to increase the supply of rental accommodation in the inner city.
In light of the fact that the majority of people
that is
are...
the major, yes, the major
Yes.
demand in the inner city as well.
The next section from paragraph 51 deals with income trends, and you record the findings there, again based primarily on the census data, that in paragraph 51 there were some 22,000 households, approximately 66,000 people in 2011, that declared income of less than 9,600 Rand per annum, which was approximately 800 Rand per month for those households, with 75% of those 22,000 households indicating no income. Do you have any comment to add in relation to that finding?
Just that the income levels of a large percentage of the population were extremely low, and this is the challenge of providing housing that's affordable.
Indeed. If we then move to page 1789, paragraph 53, you say there that what the data does not and cannot show is the overall level of overcrowding and substandard accommodation being occupied. Would you care to comment on that issue?
So, Commissioners, the overall data didn't indicate what levels of overcrowding were in these spaces, and so we analysed the data and looked at the number of apartments that existed in various precincts versus the number of households. And so, for example, in Braamfontein and Hillbrow, we found there were some 7,300 apartments for some 11,200 households. there were 118 houses accommodating 703 households. In Berea, about 5,000 apartments for about 11,800 households, 397 houses for 2,196 households.
Dr. Zak, I think we
Howard,
get
you
the,
get the point. Okay.
we get the
All
picture
right.
from the
think-
5 precincts, and I think the
So-
conclusions that you draw appear at para 54 at the foot of the page.
Right. So based on our sample of the 5 precincts, it is evident that in apartments, the number of households exceeds the number of registered units by almost 100%. And in houses, the data indicates that the overcrowding is about 300%.
And you say in paragraph 55 that the inner city faces a critical intensification of densities in many areas.
Yes, overcrowding.
If we move then to the next theme that you address, and you've spoken to this already, so we'll just deal with it briefly, the informal market dynamics from paragraphs 57 to 59. And you speak there to how housing is being supplied to the poor in the inner city informally through the repurposing of residential and other spaces in ways that they were not designed for and for varying periods of stay. You talk about high churn in the informal market, that subletting is very common, and that even a doorway space or bed space might be rented at a minimum of 500 Rand per month. And then finally speak to the sophisticated networks in the inner city that enable management of units while providing an income for people who act as caretakers, brokers, and rent collectors of such spaces. Do you have anything to add in relation to the informal market?
Commissioners, I think I've spoken to this point, and a large percentage of this is the poor providing for the poor in the inner city. And so the income earning potential of housing is also important, where people are acting as caretakers, brokers, and rent collectors within space.
In the next section, you set out the demand side findings, and again, we've covered these in an introductory way up front. In paragraph 60, you say that the fieldwork, 150 interviews, suggested that people were paying prices of around 800 to 1,200 for a space to share in a room with services, that single rooms for one person were being let at above 1,500 and up to 2,200, and that shared bedrooms with several occupants were being let at prices from 2,000 per month, with some rentals for large shared rooms being as high as 3,500 per month for the whole room. You then say that people were being charged amounts of 500 to 800 for a bed share. That's where the same people share a bed at different times of the day, I understand.
That's correct.
And then finally, backyard rentals were being rented at varying prices, many at around 1,000 Rand per month, and a shared space in a backyard unit commanded 500 Rand per month. In paragraph 61, you then draw certain conclusions based on this data, and I'd ask you to speak briefly to those conclusions, starting with 61.1, which is around internal and cross-border migrants.
Thank you. So internal and cross-border migrants form a large portion of the low-cost housing market. So these are people who might have other housing elsewhere in the country, but are in Johannesburg for opportunity. Many of them require single low-cost rooms, as well as flexible rental arrangements, including communal rooms and shared facilities. As I've mentioned before, many inner-city residents work in the informal sector and don't have access to reliable forms of income. An important attraction point of the inner city is its proximity to the possibility of economic opportunity and affordable transport. And then the difficulty of accessing accommodation is not always about income, but to other barriers to access, which I have mentioned earlier on.
You then turn in the next section from paragraph 62 to estimate the potential demand. And you first record in paragraph 62 that the Census 2011 data indicates that some 47,000 households can be considered at risk in view of their very low incomes and the nature of accommodation they occupy. But you go on to make the point that this doesn't imply that all these households require intervention, and you proceed in what follows and in Table 3 to set out certain estimates of two scenarios, low and high, in terms of demand or need. Could you speak to that data in Table 3 and the findings that you made?
Certainly. So the data is the data from the census, which defines the following housing circumstances: houses that are owned, houses rented or occupied rent-free, flats that are owned, flats that are rented, backyard units, and then separately from that, backyard shacks and informal dwellings or traditional dwellings, and then others, which we assume to be hostels. We took the view that that not everybody needed to be catered for, that some of those living circumstances, while difficult, would not be high risk. And we estimated if we could go to the high scenario, which is the third column from the left, that intervention wasn't required in houses that were owned or in flats that were owned, but that it was likely that 50% of the houses would require intervention, that those were 50% of the households living in houses where they were renting space would need some alternative accommodation to be accommodated, that 80% of the households within flats would need to have their circumstances addressed, 20% of those living in backyard units, 100% of those living in backyard shacks or inadequate housing in the backyards, and 100% of those in hostels. Those estimates brought us to the number of households that required accommodation as being 30,084 households.
And over the page in paragraph 65, you record that ICHIP estimates based on the high need scenario indicate that 30,084 households were at risk. So that was then the figure that you adopted in terms of estimating the need, the number of households at risk.
Yes.
And in paragraph 66, you record assumptions embedded in this estimate, which they deal with households earning below 3,200 Rand per month. And in turn, they deal with people occupying houses, then occupying flats, and then occupying hostels, backyard rooms, and informal dwellings. If you could just highlight those findings. I know they did appear from the table, but the assumptions.
Sure. So it's a repeat of the table, in that the table addresses people earning less than 3,200 Rand per month. And the assumption is that 50% of households occupying houses and earning below 3,200 Rand per month are living in severely overcrowded conditions, that 80% of the households occupying flats and earning below 3,200 Rand per month are living in severely overcrowded conditions, and 100% of households occupying hostels, backyard rooms, and informal dwellings and earning below 3,200 Rand a month are living in severely overcrowded conditions.
Thank you. You then turn to the question of supply, housing supply, and provide an overview of those findings, again drawn from the 150 interviews that you conducted. Would you highlight the findings in relation to supply, emphasizing those that are most significant?
Certainly. So the forms of accommodation range from 3-bedroom flats to window spaces or a shared bed or a sitting room space or balcony space. We've talked about the service delivery being a draw card of the city and access to amenities being a draw card. That incidents of conflict arise where there's a confusion around responsibilities and around who owns the building. In cases where the caretaker lives in the building and deals with day-to-day management, there are cases where this seems to work well for rent collection and maintenance. I've talked about a rental accommodation, fuel and income for other service providers. And there are also successful practices where small-scale where there's small-scale building management practices where the owner is dealing directly with management issues. And in many cases, subletting arrangements are verbal and informal. And then separately from the informal delivery, the limited data that we had suggested that there are about 3,000 to 5,000 formal housing units that are being delivered in the inner city annually by private sector players, as well as by social housing institutions. And the bulk of what was being delivered through social housing was through the public sector. And that was catering in the main to people earning more than 3,500 rand per month. So it wasn't reaching as far down as the task required us to provide alternatives for. And critically, less than 10% of this comprises new stock development. A large proportion of it is conversion from other uses, either commercial or industrial space.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The final subsection of this part deals with housing forms in the inner city, in paragraph 68, and distinguishes between formal accommodation in 68.1 and over the page 68.2 types of informal accommodation, and there are various subcategories placed there. Do you have any comment or anything that you would highlight in relation to those housing forms?
No, I think that we have described them, and the census data describes them.
Thank you. We'll turn then to section 5, which sets out the targets and principles guiding the ICHIP strategy and programs. And again, you've introduced these targets in your introductory remarks. From paragraph 70, you deal with the approach to setting targets for delivery, and in particular record what we've already been dealing with in terms of the shortage of supply and the demand data that you've covered. And in the table that appears on that page, you set out the initial delivery targets for ICHIP 2014 for the years 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020 in terms of the number of accommodation units and the number of people. And you've already referred to those figures, the target of a total of 9,500 units to be provided to 35,650 people. And you explain that in paragraph 73. Do you have anything to add in that regard? You've explained
No, thank you.
Those targets. So those were 5-year targets of new delivery of affordable accommodation
That's
for
right.
that lowest category of income earners.
That's right. It addresses the new delivery that we hoped, and the target was intended to be a reasonable target that would be achievable through the city and private sector.
And that
development.
overall target is to be achieved through the sub-programs of ICHIP.
That's correct.
And we'll deal with each of those programs. Each one sets its own targets over the 5-year period, which, as I understand, then in total should add up to the 9,500 units and the 35,650 people.
That is correct.
The next section here, beginning from page 1797, sets out the principles of the ICHIP strategy, where in paragraph 75 you say that ICHIP's strategy is based on the following underlying principles. And I would again ask you to highlight those principles. Some are aspects that we may have covered in the context and so on, but others are really new principles. The first one deals with meeting city obligations and bottlenecks in housing the poor living in high-risk conditions. Do you have any comment to add in that regard?
Just that the facilitation programs were designed to try to release those bottlenecks in housing delivery, and that has to do with the city's own processes.
The second principle in 75.2 is acknowledging different market forces and a changed urban form. And you say there that there are parts of the market in the inner city that are working, although the stock that is being provided may not be considered desirable in terms of current conventional thinking and bylaws. Could you explain that principle?
So it's the point that I had made earlier, commissioners about some of the stock that's being provided doesn't meet all the bylaws, and really the burden is around how to regularize that stock, which it's possible to regularize without putting occupants at risk. So one of our principles was to acknowledge that stock and to look at what was working within that stock.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The third principle in 75.3 reads, acknowledge the value of private delivery in the less formal market. Could you explain that principle, please?
Again, there's private delivery in a less formal market in modernist buildings in the inner city where there's subdivision of rooms and flats, and that to deal with that, any focus on that section of the market should deal with the exceptions where the stock that is being delivered is putting tenants at risk.
Relatedly, the next principle speaks quite directly to issues relevant to the terms of reference, and it reads, tackle bad buildings directly. You say there are components to the market that provide extremely poor housing conditions that are a threat in terms of the social and physical health of the occupants and must be upgraded. This includes bad buildings at the most extreme, but also degrading sectional title buildings, overcrowded rental units, hostels, etc. And you say the City of Johannesburg has an obligation to create and preserve conditions of health and safety and of law and order. Do you have any comment to add in relation to the principles set out there?
I think, Commissioners, only to reiterate that we need to differentiate between the different types of buildings and to focus where there is the greatest need and greatest risk.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The next principle. The next principle speaks to something you've already addressed, yes, which is around overall housing market functioning, that there is a need to intervene at all levels to make all sub-markets work more efficiently. You then speak in the next paragraph to the need for a partnership approach involving the city, residents, and housing suppliers. Do you have anything to add in relation to those two principles?
I think I've covered them.
And then you deal in 75.7 with the need to focus strategy where it matters. The key focus should be on building the delivery platform. Could you explain that emphasis on the delivery platform?
That is what Archer fundamentally attempts to do, is to provide for programs where we would increase the housing stock, the supply. Thank you.
And we'll come to those 6 delivery programs shortly. The remaining principles appear at 1798, the principles that informed ICHIP. In 75.8, you speak to the principle of establishing the economic and social basis of sustainable settlements. And you say the city must ensure the development of the requisite social, health, and recreational facilities. Do you have anything to add there, or does that one speak for itself?
I think it speaks for itself, thank you.
75.9 is a principle that reads, the actions taken by the city must be appropriately sequenced. Health and safety needs must be secured as a matter of urgency and must take priority in the sequencing of interventions. Furthermore, the provision of affordable housing options must be prioritized to ensure as far as possible that viable alternative accommodation and/or temporary accommodation is available for residents who are displaced from bad buildings in the course of law enforcement. So you speak there to the need to prioritize health and safety, and then regarding the provision of affordable housing. Do you have any comment to add in relation to that principle?
No, I think that's covered, that the sequencing is health and safety, and that when redeveloping buildings, you need to provide alternative affordable accommodation or temporary accommodation ahead of redevelopment of buildings.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And then the final principle is in 75.10, the need for a strong information base to ground the strategy. Do you have anything to add in that regard?
I think I've covered that.
We then turn from paragraph 76 to deal with the questions of subsidies. And you speak first to the question of state-supported housing delivery. And then in a moment we'll come to the question you raised earlier, the choice between subsidizing a person or a unit. On this first topic of state-supported housing delivery, what was the approach taken in ICHIP there?
Commissioners, the city and the state is obliged to provide support to enable poor and marginalised people to access decent accommodation. What we were arguing is that a portion of that accommodation, part of that accommodation, does need to be provided publicly and through public stock. But public supplied housing is only one of a suite of options that needs to be accommodated. And we did draw attention to the fact that the city already has, or currently has, a portfolio of rental housing stock which was developed in the apartheid era and which is under the city's management. It is proving incredibly hard to successfully control and manage those buildings. There's a set of social pathologies that have taken root in the complexes. Payment levels are low. Often people who are living in those are not people who are the target population of that accommodation. And in some cases, control vests outside of the city. So the stock is effectively being subsidized and from the operating budget of the city without this being clearly planned and accounted for. And it's an experience that suggests that the city should approach with great caution any plans to extend such rental accommodation. However, we did see a different picture from the newer city-owned rental housing stock, which at that stage was being managed by Joshco, and where Joshco was achieving rent collection and good management of that housing stock. So we weren't opposed to public-owned rental units, but that they needed to be managed by an effective management agent, and at that stage Joshco was providing that.
And then in paragraph 80 on page 1799, you speak to that provision by Joshco. Yes. You've talked about this already in your evidence, that rooms were being provided at 800 to 900 rand per room, and that this was fulfilling an important need. But you end that paragraph by saying to increase the number of rooms at the current lowest price of 800 to 900, and to also provide rooms at a cheaper price requires expansion of the city contribution to Joshco. And I think you spoke to that issue earlier. Do you have anything to add in that regard?
I don't, but I would, sorry, I don't have anything to add more information to that, but I do think, Commissioners, that it is important that the city be required to answer on this matter where Joshco was providing affordable rooms for rent, and to examine where the emphasis of Joshco's investment has been since then. And I could talk later on when we talk to the individual programs about that.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. From page 1800, you then turn to the question of a choice between subsidizing the person or the unit. This section explores different subsidy options and then the approach ultimately taken in ICHIP. You begin in paragraph 81 by recording that ICHIP's approach suggests a supply-side intervention with the primary focus on a capital, brackets object subsidy, or a quasi-operational subsidy, as set out in more detail in the programs. Could you explain the approach taken to subsidies here and the role that subsidies play in ICHIP?
So the need for the subsidy is because the cost of providing accommodation in the inner city is extremely high and beyond what is feasible in order to provide accommodation at the level that is required for either a JOSHCO or a private sector entity to provide that. If we are to require the private sector to provide more housing at the lowest levels of affordability, we need to be considering opening or investigating, piloting a subsidy. The subsidy conventionally could either attach to the unit or to the individual. And what we were saying is that it's important that it attach to the unit so that we build up a stock within the inner city of affordable rental units, and that it is easier to manage that than to manage a subsidy that attaches to an individual who may need to move as their circumstances change from one unit to another.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. If we then move to paragraph 84 on page 1801, you record that ICHIP proposes that in 84.1 the primary focus should be on the subsidization and incentivization of new supply, both public and private, through a capital subsidy instrument. And in 84.2 you say that in the case of the public sector, the primary supply agent would be JOSHCO, which would receive sufficient capital funding in addition to its ongoing operating subsidies to be able to deliver deep down market rentals in the inner city. Given that this is effectively public stock, albeit managed professionally at arm's length from the city, this is where the key responsibility of accommodating very vulnerable households should lie. And then in 84.3 you speak to the role of the private sector in relation to subsidies. And you say that the second key instrument would be a subsidy to the private sector to deliver more affordable rental units targeting lower income bands not currently served by social and affordable rental housing. And that here the incentive would be a once-off capital subsidy or its equivalent paid out over a period of time to operate as a quasi-operating subsidy. So does that paragraph 84 really sum up and the approach to subsidies to public and private sector providers?
Yes, it does, and they speak to delivery programs 2 and 3 in ICHIP.
Let's turn then to the programs. Paragraph 85 sets out areas of implementation, but we've really covered much of that in the context and principles. So I would take you, if I may, to page 1804, where you turn now to the ICHIP programs. And these, beginning with the delivery programs, we saw that there are 6 delivery programs and 5 facilitative programs. And those are dealt with from this section, in this section, from page 1804. You've explained the difference between the delivery and the facilitation programs. Those programs are listed again on page 1805. And from paragraph 89, you begin to deal with the first delivery program, which is temporary emergency accommodation, or TEA. Dr. Zak, I'm going to ask you to do the same in relation to each of the programs
Certainly.
as we now deal with them, because you've provided in your statement an overview of each one, what it targeted, what it was directed at, the target that was set, and a costing of each of these programs. And I'm going to ask you one by one to highlight those, please, for the Commission. So if we start with delivery program 1 around TEA, you've testified that this was an existing program of the city, but what did ICHIP propose in relation to TEA? And then we'll come to the targets and the costing.
So the intervention would be for TEA, for temporary emergency accommodation, would be twinned with the support program SBRE, the SPRE program, which is a special process for the relocation of evictees. Temporary emergency accommodation would be temporary, and 3 types of accommodation were proposed. The one would be TEA buildings, which is relocating evictees from buildings in the inner city to temporary accommodation available in other buildings in the inner city for a period of 6 months, with a possible extension to 12 months, and after that, they would be relocated to TA land. TA land would be land on the outer parts of the inner city, where temporary shelters would be established on demarcated service sites. They also made provision for temporary emergency situation housing, which is provided in extreme emergency situations caused by an illegal eviction or force majeure, and that would be for very short term, for I think up to 10 days. The temporary emergency accommodation that we envisaged would be in the form of dormitory style, communal rooms or small minimal rooms clustered around shared facilities.
Thank you. You say a little bit more about each of those three types
Yes.
in the sections that follow, and perhaps it's important to be clear about these three recommendations of building, land, and then the TESH, and when and for whom they were to be provided and for how long. I think in relation to the buildings, it's fairly clear, but who was the temporary land, TEA land, envisaged for?
So TA land would require the erection of temporary shelters with shared services. They would be provided, temporary with shared basic services similar to the transitional relocation areas that are provided in informal settlement upgrading projects, while the beneficiaries are waiting occupation of new houses. These would be temporary shelters as above, but at lower densities would be provided to enable incremental development of land into permanent alternative housing. The idea was that the first prize would be to provide alternative units in buildings, and where it was not possible to provide those, that people would be located on TEA land with basic facilities.
And then the third category of temporary emergency situation housing, which you deal with again at paragraph 93.3. And
Yes.
in paragraph 94, you say that this would be provided for a maximum of 10 working days. In paragraph 93, you say what this temporary emergency situation housing would look like: tents, community halls, shelters, and any other suitable temporary shelter. But that would be for only that relatively short period of 10 days.
That's right.
In paragraph 97, you identify a proposed short-term approach that ICHIP recommended, in which the city's housing department would enter into delivery and management partnership with Joshco as a managing agent. And in paragraph 97.2, you proposed that 2 buildings identified immediately as pilots be redeveloped. That's Fraser House and Park Chambers. Fraser House, Chairperson and Commissioner, is one of the properties inspected by the Commission. And there's an inspection report on that property, which does indeed function as TEA. But Dr. Zak, do you have any comment to add in relation to that short-term approach and the recommendations there?
Just that the approach was to identify and reserve buildings if they were already in public ownership, and so that if they were owned by the city, otherwise we'd need to go through a process of acquiring buildings and repurposing them for affordable short-stay accommodation. And we proposed those 2 buildings and then another 3 to be developed over the following 2 financial years. And that in total, over 5 years, it was proposed that 1,500 units, which could accommodate 7,500 people, should be provided.
So those targets are set out in paragraph 97. The first 2 buildings as pilots, followed by 3 facilities in the next 2 financial years, and in total 1,500 units over the 5-year period of ICHIP. Is it possible to break down those 1,500 units into buildings, or it would depend on the size of the buildings? Because it's 2 immediately as pilots, then another 3, but ultimately a total of 1,500 units.
That's right. So it's sort of about 300 units per building, but it really depends on the size of the building. It wasn't.
Okay. And then if you could please speak to the costing, which is provided at paragraph 99. There are figures set out there for a costing over the 5 years of ICHIP, including a total program cost for Program 1.
So these costs, and may I say this for all the other costs, were developed by our quantity surveyor, and looking at the costs where necessary of acquiring buildings or of repurposing them without acquisition if that was necessary. And so the costs are as they are on the list. Would you like me to read out?
Yes,
the
please,
costs?
for the record.
So the estimated budget requirement for 2016-17 was 30,913,500 rand. For 2017 and 18, 39,218,580,000 rand. For 218 and 19, 48,794,594 rands. 794,594 rands. 2019-2020, 22,787,646 rands. For 2020 and 2021, 22,787,646 rand. This gives a total program cost as at 2014 values of 166,992,629 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. Clearly, it's not the practice to round off figures in these planning processes, which might have made your life easier.
Yes.
But the bottom line then is that the total costing for the 5-year Program 1 delivery was just under 167 million in 2014, and that would have been to deliver 1,500 TEA units to accommodate 7,500 people.
That is correct.
You've spoken to the limits of your knowledge around implementation, and you may have nothing to add to what you said earlier, but I will ask you now, again, whether there is anything that you can say in relation to whether this part of ICHIP Program 1 on TEA was implemented, and whether any of this money was spent.
I don't have any further information on that.
Thank you. Let's turn then to Delivery Program 2. And this is subsidized municipal rental rooms, the second program. And in paragraph 100, you explain that the target here is for single persons or 2-member households at rental levels in the region of 900 Rand per month per room. And in paragraph 102, you explain that the targeted beneficiaries for this delivery program are households earning between 1,500 and 2,500 Rand per month. From paragraph 104, you refer to the proposal of a subsidy of 184,000 Rand per unit or per room, which would be required in order for the city to deliver these rooms. Please, could you explain to us what this delivery program entailed?
Thank you, Advocate. This delivery program, Commissioners, entailed Joshco rolling out more of the rooms for rent that it was undertaking at that time, and the estimated cost, given the building costs at that time, was 184,000 per unit or room, and that the requirement was that the city would recover that. It would also absorb some non-recoverable costs, as it does do with Joshco, that were not met by rentals, and would recover other costs through the rental. At that stage, the rental was 900 Rand per room. And the funding for this would have to originate within the budget of the COJ. And for that, the city would need to motivate to National Treasury, we advised, for additional preferential share allocation on the basis that the inner city housing crisis within Johannesburg is a national priority.
Let me pause there to ask whether you're aware whether the city did indeed motivate to National Treasury for that additional preferential share allocation?
No, I'm not aware of the city motivating for that or making allocation in its own budget for that.
Okay, but in paragraphs 105 and 106, the overall target and costing are set out. So if the approach set out here were taken over 5 years, it was proposed that 4,000 units accommodating 12,000 persons should be provided. So that would have been 4,000 additional Joshco managed units to accommodate 12,000 people. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could just take us through the costing in paragraph 106.
For 2016 and 2017, the estimated budget was 148,160,000 rand. For 2017-2018, 160,896,000 rand. For 2018-2019, it was estimated that the requirement was 174,574,080 rand. For 2019 and 2020, 175,534,080 rand. And for 2020 and 2021, 176,494,080 rand, bringing a total over 5 years, total program cost of 835,658,240 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So that's program 2, which is municipal rental rooms. We now turn to delivery program 3 at the foot of page 1810, which is concerned with subsidized private rental rooms. What was this program focused on? And then we'll come to its targets.
Commissioners, this program was focused on encouraging the private sector to deliver high-quality, affordable, smaller rental rooms than they had been delivering to date, and to deliver rooms with shared ablutions and other facilities. There were inhibitors to them because of the increased costs of development and the dramatic escalation in the cost of municipal services. And so what was required is that the city address with other partners the cost of finance, the cost of service charges, and in addition that it pilot a subsidy to private developers.
Yes, and I think that subsidy is calculated at page 1812, paragraph 112.3, where you refer to initial modelling indicating that a subsidy of about 60,000 rand is required.
Yes, that is correct, Advocate Brickhill. And in fact, we were saying that in order to make it competitive, the city should only target a lower subsidy of 40,000 per unit to developers, and that it would either be paid as a once-off capital grant or would be paid over a period in a tranche system.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So the ultimate recommendation there would have been a 40,000 rand per unit budget.
That is correct.
Subsidy, sorry. And if we just go back over the page to 1811, in paragraph 112, you indicate which section of the market this would then deliver rooms to.
That's right. That would be for people they would be delivering rentals of about 1,400 rand per month, and we estimated then that people who were sharing would be paying about 700 rand per month. Just to remind you that ICHIP required us to look at accommodation options of less than 900 rand per month.
And if we turn then to page 1812, and paragraph 13 sets out the target and then the costing. You say there that over 5 years it was proposed that 1,500 units accommodating 4,500 persons should be provided. So that would be 1,500 private rental rooms supported by the 40,000 rand subsidy that you've identified. that correct?
That is correct.
And that would accommodate around 4,500 people. And could you then please speak to the costing?
Certainly. In 2016-17, the cost requirement was 51,300,000. 2017 and 2018, there would be a budget need of 55,404,000. In 2018-2019, of 59,976,288 rand. 2019-2020, the requirement would be 65,113,969 rand. And in 2020 and 2021, it would be requirement for 70,990,738 rand, totaling over 5 years 302,784,990.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So we've dealt with the first 3 delivery programs, TEA, municipal rental rooms, and private rental rooms. We now turn to the 4th program at the foot of page 1812, which is social rental housing. You refer to the provision of social housing. You've testified on this to some extent, in some depth already, and referred to Joshko, Madula Moho, and other providers. What was the heart of this program around social rental housing? What approach was proposed?
Commissioners, this is, as I said, a standard program within the country. It has standard procedures, and we were proposing that the same apply. However, that the city would be required to identify existing parcels of land or buildings and to release those at below market rate to social housing institutions that wish to develop within the city. And that would augment the resources that those social housing institutions are receiving from the social housing regulator and the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. And this was necessary in order to scale up this extremely valuable form of housing and potential solution.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And in paragraph 119, you set out the target that ICHIP adopted in relation to boosting or increasing the social housing. You say that over 5 years, it was proposed that 1,000 units accommodating 5,400 persons should be provided. And then you speak to the costing. If you could please take the Commission through the costing.
The costing for 2016-17 was 75 million. For 2017-2018, it was 81 million. For 2018-2019, it was 87,480,000. 2019 and 2020, it was 94,478,400 rand. And for 2020 and 2021, the estimate was 102,036,672 rand, bringing it a total program cost over 5 years of 439,995,072 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So that's program 4. We've dealt with TEA, municipal rental rooms, private rental rooms, and social housing. The 5th delivery program on page 1814 is private sector rental delivery enhancement, and that's explained at paragraph 120. Please could you explain what this is and also how it's different from the private rooms for rent in program 3 that we looked at earlier?
Commissioners, I spoke earlier about small-scale inner-city landlords. These are landlords who have portfolios of maybe less than 500 units, and there's a great potential to stimulate that market, to boost it and encourage it. These landlords acquire and refurbish and manage affordable rental stock. And we envisaged that this group, which targets households earning between 4,500 and 12,000 rand a month, should be encouraged by the provision of city-owned or acquired buildings to small BEE landlords, where the arrears that are owed to the city on those buildings could be written down and according to an agreed formula as proposed in the inner city property scheme, which was an existing scheme within the city that was looking at rehabilitation of buildings in this way. We also proposed the establishment of a fund which would provide private equity to these developers in order for them to access finance. So really, in simple terms, to lower the cost of the finance to these developers through existing programs as we're operating through TUF, which has a fund for this. And so in simple terms, the small-scale landlord would receive this equity, and that would be the effective subsidy. So we proposed that the city make an initial contribution of 15 million rand to establish that fund. The fund would have a ceiling in respect of the size of the project as well as the level of the equity that would be provided, and these were proposed as 500,000 and 30% based on insight that TUF provided at that stage. That's the Trust for Urban Housing Finance, and it's Intertuco Fund, which it was established with Gauteng, so that the typical first-time landlord funding requirements are in the region of 2 million with an equity requirement of about 500,000 rand. So this would enable more small-scale developers to enter the market.
And you set out in paragraph 124 the target, which was 500 units over 5 years, accommodating 1,250 people. Is that correct? And then could you speak to the costing in paragraph 125, please?
So yes, the total, that's correct, and the total estimated program cost was in 2016 and 17,233,001 rand. In 2017-18, 18,611,641 rand. In 2018-19, 20,240,540 rand. In 2019 and 20, 22,199,362 rand. And in 2020 and 2021, 24,642,962 rand. And this would total over 5 years a total program cost of 102,925,505 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. We turn then to the final delivery program of the 6 delivery programs, and that appears at the foot of page 1815, and it is subsidized ownership accommodation. And you begin by dealing with the question of first-time homeowners from paragraph 126. You explain that this was targeting people earning between 3,501 and 15,000 rand per month. And you explain the approach or the possibility of the finance-linked individual subsidy program, FLISP, in paragraph 126. You go on in paragraph 131 to identify the target and the costing. Perhaps you could give a high-level sense of what this program was concerned with, and then take us to that target and costing.
Edward, I think it might be sufficient to say this is an existing government subsidy for first-time homeowners, and that we were saying that the city needed to encourage that subsidy to be applied in the city where people could buy an existing new or old residential property. The subsidy amount ranged at that stage from between 10,000 and 87,000 rand, depending on the applicant's monthly income. And FLISP would finance properties of up to 300,000 rand. And this really was to encourage an ownership market and the expansion of an ownership market in the city. But it really would rely on national subsidies. So it wasn't leaning on the city to provide an extra subsidy. But the estimated total program cost, if you'd like me to go through that?
Yes, so I think we've identified the target at 131 of 500 units accommodating 2,500 people. And then, yes, if you could deal with the costs.
So the estimated program cost for 2016-17 was 6,082,500 rand. The cost for 2017-18 was 6,569,100 rand. For 2018 and 19, it was 7,094,628 rand. For 2019-20, it was 7,662,198 rand. And for 2020 and 2021, it was 8,275,174 rand, totaling over 5 years for the program. The total program costs were 35,683,600 rand.
Thank you. So this first part of delivery program six, which is concerned with supporting first-time homeowners through FLISP, is followed then by medium density BNG from page 1817, paragraph 133. What is that
So
part of the program?
BNG is the state subsidised housing program, the free housing program, as we popularly called the RDP housing. And we were suggesting that it was feasible to accommodate BNG housing in some of the near inner city suburbs, in what are sort of gap-tooth sites, vacant sites that are available in areas such as Denver, Faraday, Jeppes-Town, and the Southern Belt, or around close to the mining belt, or beyond the inner city, and that we would support medium density BNG rather than low rise BNG, given that you want to be increasing densities in the rim of the inner city. That's important for sustainable development and neighbourhoods. Again, this is a state program, so we were looking at the then National Housing Subsidy for the top structure, which was at that stage 110,947 rand, excluding a number of other things such as the geyser. And so, over 5 years, we estimated that 500 units accommodating 2,500 persons should be provided.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And you then provide the costing at paragraph 139.
And that is in 2016 and 17, 30,390,000. In 2017 and 18, 33,404,400 rand. In 2018 and 19, 36,706,608 rand. In 2019-20, 40,323,381 rand. In 2020, 44,283,916 rand, bringing it over 5 years a total program cost of 185,108,305 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So we've then covered the 6 delivery programs, which, as I understand from your evidence, were in total meant to provide 9,500 new units to just over 35,000 people in 5 years.
That is correct.
Under ICHIP. And you've dealt with the costing of each of those programs, and we'll come a little bit later to the total costing of the whole of ICHIP over the 5 years. But we've dealt with the 6 programs of TEA, municipal rental rooms, private rental rooms, social housing, private sector rental enhancement, that's the small landlords, the new landlords, and then finally the subsidized ownership under Program 6. So those are the 6 delivery programs. You then turn at the foot of page 1818.
To each of the evictees and to direct them to alternative accommodation. So the program was for establishing the unit and for driving the processes, really an operational budget to drive those processes each year, supporting the TEA facilities.
Thank you. And you set out the circumstances in paragraph 143, the circumstances where this would be invoked, strategic purposes, pending litigation, following a court order, temporary emergency situation housing, and individual evictions. And you provide the costing at paragraph 144. I think it will suffice, the annual costings are set out, but I think it will suffice to direct us to the total program cost for the 5 years.
The total program cost for this spree program over 5 years was 38,000,000 719,566 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. We then turn to Facilitation Program 2, which is concerned with sectional title rehabilitation. What was this program directed at?
This program was directed at piloting a rehabilitation program to salvage sectional title buildings which were in very poor condition. And the target of the program were the owners and the residents of sectional title units. It was proposed that the City of Johannesburg would do this in partnership with a financier. In this case, it was proposed that that financier be tough, since they do work with small-scale landlords.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And the costing of this program is then provided at paragraph 150. In the sub-paragraphs, you provide the annual costing for each of the 5 years. But again, I think it suffices to provide the overall costing in 150.6.
The total program cost was estimated over 5 years at 33,685,316 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. We turn then to Facilitation Program 3, Building, Targeting and Release. And you mentioned this program earlier in your testimony. You indicated that you understood that there may have been some implementation of this aspect under Mayor Mashaba. What was Facilitation Program 3 directed at?
This was to drive rehabilitation and reinvestment and redevelopment of so-called bad buildings. It's a program that was based on a scheme that the city already had called the Inner City Property Scheme. And it would be, what ICHIP was saying is that this rehabilitation of buildings needed to be undertaken in concert with TA and other proposals for accommodation that are outlined in the earlier delivery programs. It's a program which has 5 subcategories. It has to be dealt with on a building-by-building basis. In the first instance, to attempt to rehabilitate building owners, really, to work with privately owned buildings would be driven to better management using city policy levers to negotiate agreements with the owners. If I could say, Edward Brickhill, this is a program that was within the city. The city was negotiating with owners, and so it was about stimulating that. And then the city had various other levers, other powers at its disposal. The one was to coerce a change of ownership, to coerce existing owners to sell their buildings to other private owners, or to drive an ownership change of buildings using legal mechanisms, including expropriation, at its disposal, and thereafter to drive an investment and rejuvenation process through the management of city-controlled buildings. That's once the city had taken over the management of the buildings. And then importantly, the strategic application of these public properties. And that required that the city work with the various units within the city to decide what the needs were in the city for those. So whether they were housing or social facilities or educational needs, going back to the inner city roadmap, which calls for us to have a sustainable, inclusive city that caters for a range of needs in the city. So it was a program that was very resource intensive. It requires a limited capital budget, but quite a strong, big operational budget, because it needed to be city driven, it needed to be resourced in terms of human resources within the city, and needed quite a substantial dedicated team to run the program.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And you then provide an estimated total program cost. Again, I'll ask you simply to provide the total 5-year program cost at paragraph 161.6.
The total program cost was 97,737,572 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. We then turn to Facilitation Program 4. It is made up of several sub-programs, as we see from Program 4A, Program 4 is concerned with municipal process facilitation and housing support. And there may be 4 or 5 sub-programs. There are 4. They go to facilitation program 4D. If you could just touch briefly on
Sure.
what this overall program is concerned with, and then to the extent relevant, the sub-programs.
Sure. So this is about streamlining the municipal processes, Commissioners, in order to enable the other delivery programs or the delivery programs to proceed. The first one I have talked to about reviewing bylaws, plan approval processes, establishing the system so that we can accelerate the plan approvals for the buildings that would be targeted under ICHIP. The second is training and education, which is required to investors, developers and landlords, particularly around to bodies corporate, around sectional title, and the city is well placed to, if not lead or run those programs, but certainly to champion them. That's what we were proposing.
And you deal with that at pages 1825 to 1826.
That's right, yeah. And
then the third sub-program at 1826.
Program is the urban densification program. There's a range of accommodation types that are provided in the backyards of many inner city or near inner city properties, or where houses have been extended to provide additional rooms, and these are valid housing options, but they need to be regularised. And so again, it was a city process of going in. We do have backyard program run through Gauteng. TUF has a backyard program. This is not a new program, but to stimulate it. Then the provision of emergency services to critical buildings. Commissioners, here we were suggesting that where there are buildings that are under grave threat, and while other processes are being opened to accommodate people or to upgrade those existing buildings, that the city should provide the very basics of emergency services. And we were saying at the very least at street level they should provide chemical toilets, water points and a refuse skip.
And those are costed at paragraph 176.
That's right, the
provision.
total.
And again, yes, I think it will suffice to give the total.
The total program cost for facilitation program 4 is 71,718,520 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And then the very last program, which is facilitation program 5, on page 1829, is concerned with integrated management information system. Can you speak to this program? What was this concerned with?
Thank you, Advocate. It's very important that we maintain a data and information system that's logging and tracking the resolution of problem buildings in the inner city. How else do we hold the city accountable? And we believe that none of the functions could be exercised without adequate information on the state and the status of buildings. And in 2014, this information was seated in various parts of the city's information systems, and we proposed the city needed a tracking system as a cornerstone of its future work, and for that an integrated management information system should be structured with proper business process mapping and integrating its information systems, that there should be life cycle case management of each of the buildings in question, and that was being tracked, and that there be monitoring and following up. This would be essential for the city's ongoing review of each of the programs within ICHIP.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. And perhaps you could clarify, to what extent did this already exist? To what extent would this be building on what was already there?
Commissioners, to our knowledge, there was not an integrated, transparent, openly available list of the city's buildings or of public buildings. And given that ICHIP had to lean on the census data because there wasn't adequate data available within the city, this wasn't a program that existed adequately at that stage.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. Can you provide the costing for this program at paragraph 181?
And-
Again, you provide it year on year in terms of ICHIP, but perhaps you could provide the total costing in
The
181.6.
The overall program cost over 5 years was 13,879,362 rand.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. The next section of your statement, section 8, deals with financial implications, and it really contains a table. But as I understand from preparation for your testimony, the table that appears at page 1831 is only a portion of the actual ICHIP total costing table. It's one of the 6 programs.
That is correct.
And so I would take you to ICHIP itself, where ICHIP set out the total costing of all of the programs over the 5 years. I would ask you to go, please, to page 1977.
Okay.
So we are here in Annexure TZ1, which you identified earlier. It's the copy of ICHIP that was submitted to the city and that we understand received mayoral committee approval. And from page 1977, in the section headed Funding, 6 Funding, 6.1 reads Overall Financial Implications, Delivery Programs. And as we go through the pages that follow, up to page 143, we will see that the delivery programs are costed one by one.
That is
The
correct.
programs that you've spoken to through TEA on the first page, subsidized rental accommodation, municipal and then private on the second page, the social housing accommodation, and then the small landlord program. Then finally, program 6, the home ownership and RDP components of delivery program 6. So those would be the costings you've taken us through so far,
That's
one by
correct.
one on the programs.
Yes.
And then if we turn to page 143, we see the total of these delivery programs. And if I take you, please, to the third row from the bottom, if you could please speak to that, that reads COJ total costs. And would that then be the total costs of the 6 delivery programs over the 5 years and then in total, a grand total?
Commissioners, the total cost is higher up on the table, where it says total program cost, which is the third line from the top, which is 2,069,150,346 rand. But that includes capital cost and operational costs, and it includes all the subsidies that would be required, both from the COJ and from other sources. The COJ's cost would be the cost estimated, the COJ's total cost would be 1,320,955,902 rand. And that includes the capital cost and the OPEX, the operational costs over 5 years. Other costs that are accounted for in this table are national subsidies and also money that would be raised through private sector capital and private sector debt, and those are listed in the table.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. So if I understand you, then the total program costs to everyone, and not limited to the city covering those costs, is that figure of 2,069,000,000.
That's correct.
And some further. And the total cost to the city of implementing ICHIP is that figure of 1,320,000,000 in the third row. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then if I could just take you over the page where the costing of the 5 facilitation programs appears to be set out. And that is set out on a year-on-year basis. And the final figure in the bottom right-hand corner of 255 million, would that be the total cost of implementing the 5 facilitation programs?
That is correct, Advocate.
So that's 255,740,336 rand.
Yes.
Thank you. If I could then take you back to your statement, and we're really approaching the end of your statement. We've dealt with Section 8, the financial implications. Those actually appear properly from ICHIP itself, and you've identified the relevant total costs of implementing ICHIP. Section 9 speaks to the issue of the action plan and precinct plan, and you explained earlier in your testimony that there were these two additional documents that accompanied the program plan, and those have been provided to the Commission in an additional bundle. You spoke to the approach taken to identify initial precincts, and perhaps you could explain to us the approach that was recommended there, which is set out from paragraph 183 onwards.
I'm sorry, Advocate, could you direct me to the correct page?
It's page 1831. We're taking you back into your statement. 1831.
Thank you. So, Commission is in line with the need to implement in an area-based way, as I described earlier on. ICHIP identified precincts where implementation should begin, and we identified a western arc from Park Station to Bertram's, along what we called the Braamfontein-Bertram's corridor. Another precinct was the Dawnfontein Triangle, and another the Jeppiestown Railway precinct. Our priority precinct report outlined building assessment. We indicated which possible ICHIP programs could be applied to each of the 22 identified land parcels, and we outlined what the sense of the building work was that was required in each of those spaces. And then the action plan explained the methodology applied to selecting sites for the various interventions and why they made sense. When we looked at the pilot, when we chose the pilot precincts, we looked at the nature of the housing conditions in the area, the potential for housing-led interventions in that area, the extent to which housing interventions there would support other city programs. Again, back to the importance of an area-based approach. So we chose precincts that were areas that were in extreme need, areas that were declining and in need of stabilization, and high-risk precincts where health and safety of residents are threatened, as well as areas where investment had already taken place and where fundamental blockages continue to exist. The intention here was to open a range of housing possible programs and to stimulate the market across a variety of spaces, and to do this in, again, may I say, an area-based way. We would be solving for sustainable neighborhoods, not just for shelter.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. We've reached then the final section of your statement, where on page 1833 you speak to proposed recommendations. And in paragraph 191 there, having described what went into ICHIP, you say ICHIP was the product of substantial investment by the city, drew on substantial expertise and engagement with stakeholders, and identified a number of viable interventions that remain relevant today. Why do you say so? Why do you say that these interventions proposed in ICHIP remain relevant today?
Thank you, Advocate. Commissioners, the conditions that we saw in 2014 and that I've outlined in my statement still apply in the inner city. We haven't solved for the crisis of affordable housing. We haven't solved for the crisis of the range of accommodation needs that is required at the lower end of the market. We haven't solved for temporary emergency accommodation, and we have not solved institutionally the preconditions that are required to enable us to establish a housing program that would be rigorous, to which the city would be accountable, that could be monitored and reviewed, and which the city could conduct in partnership with other arms of the state and with the private sector and financiers. So I maintain that the conditions still exist. The same conditions do exist.
And in paragraph 191, Dr. Zak, you described the interventions set out in ICHIP as viable. That's your word there. I'd ask you to comment on different aspects of viability. We've dealt with costing. Could you speak to the financial viability of ICHIP?
ICHIP did not. ICHIP was costed in what was considered to be a cautious costing, taking into account the existing budgets of the city and the requirements of the program. It did not solve for the 30,000 households that the census indicates required resolution, because it understood that we needed to look at the city's existing financial constraints and capacity constraints. And so it was a measured program. But what was important was that it still would have required additional funding. And once the city approved ICHIP, it behoved the city to look into its existing budgets to find the money for ICHIP, or to approach National Treasury for additional funding through the preferential share, and to work with partners in the private sector to fulfill the budgetary requirements. To our mind, it was feasible and doable, and that there was enough capacity and competency within the city to do it, and that it fell within the competency of the city and within the various departments that we suggested participate in the program.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. I was going to ask you to speak to the institutional viability, but I think you've answered that in relation to competence and capacity of the city. But if you have anything to add, please do.
I would add that what remains to be asked of the city is what it has done to ready itself institutionally for ICHIP. We had a particular proposal, and I did speak to this at the beginning of my statement, around a program office and around the coordination of the various units. And to my knowledge, that was not done, but the city may have other measures of readying itself institutionally. These are very complex problems to solve, and what we have proposed is a sophisticated program to attempt to address them, and it requires a sophisticated institutional response, which I believe is perfectly within the realm of Johannesburg to do.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. Now, you've said in your testimony now, you've reminded us that ICHIP's target of 9,500 units for 35,000 people was not designed to meet what you saw as the whole need of the number of households at risk, which you estimated at over 30,000. But let me ask you finally this. If the city were to implement ICHIP and deliver at least those 9,500 units to approximately 35,000 people, what difference would that make to the city of Johannesburg and the inner city?
I think that would make a substantial difference. It would make a substantial difference in that you would have been stimulating housing delivery across a range of a suite of housing options, and success begets success, and so that would stimulate other investment, because you would begin to stabilize areas and to attract new investment into those areas. If you were also solving for the range of of development types and developer types that we suggested, you would also be opening up new developer options in the city. You'd be stimulating small-scale developers in the city, and that would make a massive difference. I think the piloting, it was possible for the city to initiate a range of different programs at the same time. And that in itself would have given us a basis on which to review which pilots worked, which didn't work, and to recalibrate. It may be that ICHIP got some things wrong, or was fanciful, or was too conservative in its estimates. But really, Advocate, this could only have been known if there was a proper mechanism of piloting and rigorously monitoring what the programs. And that would have also strengthened, I believe, the institution and the connectivity across the institution.
Thank you, Dr. Zak. I have no further for you, but I do want to ask you if there's anything that I haven't asked you or that I haven't touched on that you would want to address the Commission on. But I've reached the end of my questions.
Thank you, Advocate. Just one final point. I don't think we need a new housing plan. We may need a review of the costs. We may need for the city to examine itself against this housing plan and its other plans. But I think we urgently need implementation. This plan is called an implementation plan. By definition, it is not a policy. It is a strategy for implementation. And it is my hope that we would move fast to implementation and to piloting rather than go back to the desks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zak. Chairperson, Commissioner, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Brickhill. Dr. Zak? Mr. Siminya?
Chairperson, I have neglected one of my duties, which is to request, please, the admission of the doctor's statement as an exhibit. And Chairperson, according to my learned colleagues, this should be Exhibit Seri 7.
Yes. The statement of Dr. Zak is admitted.
I beg your pardon, Chairperson, I may be in error. I understand, Chairperson, that Professor Cousins was Seri 7, and so Dr. Zak would be Seri 8. My apologies.
Seri 8. Okay. The statement of Dr. Zak is admitted into the record as Exhibit Seri 8.
Has the Commission, please.
Chair, just before the good doctor is excused for a little while, I would request that we ask that, as the doctor correctly says, this was a view through the window of 5 years ending 2021. So there needs to be some extrapolation somewhere, and as the doctor also correctly says, some review relating to the conditions of then and the conditions of now, without suggesting something too wide and too broad and too long time taking, just to give us a picture that can be contained in a report of the Commission within the timelines the Commission is set to exist. Even if it just is an additional statement somewhere down the line, would you consider that, Doctor?
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. I think you're asking for a revision on the figures, an update on the figures, an update or an addendum?
That would be just a little addendum, yes. Update on costs, which, as you correctly say, it's not just a figure adjustment alone, but to that also, I read ICHIP to be a city solution the terms of reference limit us to Region F, and just to make some little adjustments there. Is it doable?
May I take that to the consulting team,
Okay.
Advocate Semenya,
Okay.
and respond to you? I have heard the request.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zek, for having come to give evidence before this commission. It is greatly appreciated. You are excused as a witness.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Mabena.
What we need to also deal with now at the stage of the hearing without, Doctor, you're still excused, relates to our program going forward. I had indicated in chambers with you and my other colleagues that perhaps MNS might want to look at the program and calendar of witnesses that deal with the subject matter that effort must entail, and perhaps to give Mr. Koza an opportunity until a date for now, which is Friday, to really interrogate and give back by that date a schedule that can responsibly deal with the issues that the commission would benefit from the city.
Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Mr. Koza, you confirm that?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Commissioner Mabena. We are in agreement with the proposal that we revert on Friday with our proposed schedule of witnesses.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. What is the position then, Mr. Semenya, about tomorrow?
Chair, between now and Friday, we would expect at least to have the statements of witnesses that MNS said we would have. But it would serve no purpose, Chair, to have here witnesses between now and Friday.
Yes. These proceedings are then adjourned until Friday. What is the date?
1/5, I'm advised.
On the
One-
15th of November at 10 o'clock. We are adjourned.